Saturday 27th March 2024. So when business resumed, Madam First Deputy Speaker did make an announcement in which she did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Pestalozzi School in Lusaka District, and on behalf of the National Assembly, Madam First Deputy Speaker did welcome the visitors to the National Assembly. Thereafter, Madam First Deputy Speaker did render a ruling on a complaint by Mr. Mniazulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi constituency, against Mr. K.S. Mijelo, Member of Parliament for Wengwa constituency, and Mr. C. Andeleki, Member of Parliament for Katombola constituency, for attempting to attack Mr. J.E. Banda, Member of Parliament for Petauke Central constituency, when he was asked to leave the chamber on Thursday, 2nd November 2023, and on a complaint by Mr. M. F. Fube, Member of Parliament for Chilubi constituency, against the members of Parliament from the United Party for National Development, UPND, for their conduct on the floor of the House after Mr. J.E. Banda, Member of Parliament for Petauke Central constituency, was asked to leave the House on Thursday, 2nd November 2023. So the House did consider two questions. Before that, there was the ministerial statement which was rendered on the floor of the House by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Tumbeko Msokotwani, on the debt restructuring. Thereafter, the House did consider two questions for oral answer under Standing Order 76, that's question 330 to 331. The House then did consider three committee reports, two bills at different stages, and there was a resumption of debate to the motion of thanks to His Excellency, the President's address. This is the motion of 19th March 2024. You might be wondering why the House has been sitting in the morning from 0 hours. This follows the suspension of necessary standing orders 25, 27, and 11 and 115 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 to enable the House to sit at 0 hours until business on the order paper for each day is completed from Tuesday 26th to Thursday 28th March 2024, and also to consider more than one stage of a bill at a single sitting. This motion was moved by Her Honor the Vice President. Time now to look at the business to be considered on the floor of the House today, and as you can see on your screen, Madam Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber.
Honorable Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
King of Zambia, proud and free, land of work and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those to blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be Zambia, 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 remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen.
Bench has ended yesterday. It ended on Tuesday rather, and for yesterday or Wednesday, and today, 28th March, the executive will respond. So we expect more honorable ministers to add their voice to this motion of His Excellency the President's address. So this is basically the business we expect it to be transacted on the floor of the House. Today, 28th March 2024, we have one motion, and just to remind our viewers that Standing Orders 25, 27, and 115 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 21, was suspended to enable the House to sit at 09 hours until business on the order paper for each day is completed from Tuesday, 26th to Thursday, 28th March 2024. And also to consider more than one stage of a bill at a single sitting. So Mrs. Siveso Sefulo, she is Mwandi Constituency Member of Parliament. She is expected to move a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the ratification of the international agreement for the establishment of the African Finance Corporation and its constitutive instruments, namely the Charter, the Establishment Agreement, and the Headquarters Agreement for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 25th March 2024.
Honorable members, I have a ruling to render. Unfortunately, I can see the member now. The ruling is on a complaint by Mr. Emmanuel Banda, Member of Parliament for Muchinga constituency, against Ms. J.N. Chisenga, Member of Parliament for Mambirima constituency, for her conduct during the President's address to the House on Friday, 15th March 2024. I now order Ms. J.N. Chisenga, Member of Parliament for Mambirima constituency, to go and stand behind the bar of the House. I also instruct the Sergeant at Arms to take the Speaker's mace and to go and stand behind the member. Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that on Monday, 18th March 2024, the Office of the Speaker received a complaint from Mr. Emmanuel Banda, Member of Parliament for Muchinga constituency, against Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP. The complaint arose from the conduct of Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP during the President's address to the House on Friday, 15th March 2024. Honorable members, the complaint by Mr. Emmanuel Banda MP alleges that on Friday, 15th March 2024, after the President's address to the House, and while the president was leaving the House, Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP was heard shouting disrespectful words at the president, which when translated into English means, "Mr. President, your lies are too much." This prompted the president to turn back and approach her to clarify her accusations that the president was a liar. Mr. Emmanuel Banda MP submitted that the national address on the progress made in the application of national values by the president was a solemn and auspicious occasion which required all members who were in attendance to be at their best behavior and avoid all manner of misconduct or misbehavior that will lower the dignity, decorum, and integrity of the House. He referred to Standing Order number 2032 and 205D of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders for 2021 on the requirement for a member not to bring the House into disrepute and gross disorderly conduct during an address by the President or a visiting dignitary, respectively. In view of the foregoing, Mr. Emmanuel Banda MP stated that Ms. J.N. Chisenga was in breach of the provisions he highlighted and committed an act of gross disorderly conduct on the floor of the House, and therefore the House ought to take appropriate action against her. Honorable members, in line with parliamentary practice and procedure, and in accordance with the rules of natural justice, on Thursday, 21st March 2024, the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly wrote to Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP, requesting her to state her side of the story on the complaint. In her response, Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP stated that she noted that the complaint was submitted by Mr. Emmanuel Banda MP when the presiding officer had directed Honorable Eombao to lodge a complaint after he raised a point of order. Therefore, she submitted that it was procedurally wrong for another member to submit a complaint on the matter. Despite the foregoing, Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP denied the allegations against her as contained in the complaint by Mr. Emmanuel Banda MP. She submitted that the alleged misconduct occurred after the President had concluded delivering his speech and was on his way out of the chamber. She stated that Standing Order 205D only applied to disorder caused during the address by the President. She therefore submitted that her alleged misconduct occurred after the address, and in that regard, it could not be considered in light of Standing Order 205D. Finally, Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP stated that the complaint against her was motivated by misplaced spite, ill intent, bad faith, and lacked any amount of justification. She submitted that it was part of a larger scheme aimed at gagging opposition members of parliament in the House, and urged the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly and the Speaker not to entertain the complaint against her. Honorable members, the complaint by Mr. Emmanuel Banda MP raises the following issues. A member acting in a manner that brings the House or other members generally into disrepute, to gross disorderly conduct, and causing disorder during an address by the President. In this regard, Standing Order 2032 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders for 2021 provides that 2032, a member shall not act in a manner that brings the House or other members generally into disrepute. Further, Standing Order 205D states as follows: 205, gross disorderly conduct. A member commits an act of gross disorderly conduct if the member D attempts to or cause disorder of whatever nature during an address by the President or a visiting dignitary. Additionally, eminent writers on parliamentary practice and procedure, S.L. Shakda and M.N. Kao, in their book entitled Practice and Procedure of Parliament, 7th edition, New Delhi, Lok Sabha for 2016, state as follows at pages 216 to 218. The President's address to both houses of Parliament assembled together is the most solemn and formal act under the Constitution. Utmost dignity and decorum befitting that occasion is maintained. Any action on the part of a member which mars the occasion of the President's address or creates disturbance is punishable by the House to which he belongs. Where such an offense is committed, the House may constitute a committee to go into the matter and report, or where the offense is definite and specific, it may punish the member or members in question without going through the process of a committee. A few days before the address, members are informed through a bulletin about the ceremonies and rules to be observed on that occasion. They are also requested to take their seats 5 minutes before the President arrives in the Central Hall and remain on their seats till the President leaves the Central Hall after the conclusion of the address. That was the quote. In addition, credence can be placed on the following Indian case reported in the same book at page 216. On the occasion of the President's address to both houses of Parliament assembled together on 12th February 1968, 2 members of the Lok Sabha created obstruction. The incident was followed by a walkout by about 70 or 80 members belonging to both houses. On 28th February, having given an opportunity to the 2 members to explain their position, the Lok Sabha adopted a motion disapproving the conduct of the honorable members and reprimanded them for their undesirable, undignified, and unbecoming behavior. Honorable members, the Eastward Speaker, Right Honorable Justice Dr. Patrick Matbin, State Counsel, had occasion to rule on a similar matter in the case of 48 honorable members of Parliament of the United Party for National Development, who boycotted the State of the Nation address on the application of constitutional values and principles by the President. This is from the parliamentary debates of the first session of the 12th National Assembly, Tuesday, 13th June 2017. In rendering his ruling, the Eastward Honorable Speaker stated that, I observed that the President's address was a special event which required members to avoid all manner of misconduct or misbehavior, including boycotts and walkouts, because such conduct lowered the dignity, decorum, and integrity of the House. Honorable members, in considering this matter, I had recourse to the relevant verbatim record and video footage of what transpired on the material day. From the video footage, I made the following observations. 1. After the President's address to the House, and while the President was leaving the House, Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP, shouted, "Mr. President, your lies are too much." Number 2, this prompted the President to walk back and approach Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP, which caused an uproar in the House. And 3, after engaging in a brief conversation with Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP, the President walked out of the House. Honorable members, as you are aware, in terms of Article 9(2) and 86(1) of the Constitution, the President is required to, at least twice every year, attend and address the National Assembly, and at least once every year, report to the National Assembly the progress made in the application of the constitutional values and principles. Thus, in compliance with Article 9(2) of the Constitution, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, attended and addressed the House on Friday, 15th March 2024. Prior to the address, on Wednesday, 28th February 2024, the Office of the Government Chief Whip, in keeping with the custom, issued a circular to all honorable members of Parliament, reminding them of the parliamentary etiquette that was to be observed during the address, and also underscored the fact that the presidential address was a solemn occasion. From the foregoing authorities, it is clear that the President's address to the House is an auspicious occasion that demands and requires members to behave their utmost in order to maintain the dignity, decorum, and integrity of the House. Therefore, the President's address is a special event which calls for members to avoid all manner of misconduct or misbehavior which lower the dignity, decorum, and integrity of the House. This includes disruptive interjections from honorable members while the President is delivering his speech or while he is being ushered in or out of the House by the Speaker. Therefore, Mr. J.N. Chisenga MP's defense that her alleged misconduct happened after the actual address by the President is not sustained. Honorable members, I find that the conduct of Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP did not only show disrespect to the Republican President, but also demeaned the dignity and decorum of this august House. Such conduct is unacceptable and unbefitting the status of an honorable member. Honorable members, the conduct of Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP, which caused disorder during the occasion of the address by the President, brought the House generally into disrepute and amounted to gross disorderly conduct. In this regard, I had recourse to Section 28 of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, Chapter 12 of the Laws of Zambia, which provides for disciplinary powers of the Assembly. Section 28 provides as follows. 28(1). Where a member is found to have committed a contempt of the Assembly, whether specified in Section 19 or otherwise, the Speaker, the Committee on Privileges, or a select committee appointed under subsection 6 may impose any one or more of the following penalties. Number 1, a formal warning. Number 2, an admonition. C, a reprimand. And D, an order directing the member to apologize to the Assembly in a manner determined by the Assembly. Number 2, where a member is found to have committed contempt of the Assembly of a serious nature, and none of the other penalties are sufficient for the contempt committed by the member, the Speaker shall, on the resolution of the Assembly, suspend the member from the Assembly for a period not exceeding 30 days. Honorable members, considering the seriousness of the offence committed by Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP, and in view of the various authorities and precedent I have placed reliance on, I have, in exercise of my powers under Section 28(2) of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, decided to suspend Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP from the service of the National Assembly for a period of 30 days. That's in accordance with Section 28(2). Order, honorable members. I'm still on the floor. That's in accordance with Section 28(2) of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, which requires a resolution of the House to suspend a member from the House. I now put the question. The question is that the House accordingly suspends Mr. J.N. Chisenga MP for a period of 30 days with effect from today, Thursday, 28th March 2024. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. No. I think the ayes have it. A division has been caught. Ring the bells. Okay, is it the same? I don't know. Is it the?
They look the same.
They look, but is it the correct one?
It's the correct one.
Okay, I can't see the other one. It's the one, eh?
It's the one. They're just the same.
Okay.
So I can give.
Of 1 minute, we'll close the bar. close the bar, clear the lobbies, and lock the doors. The House will vote electronically only using the Bosch multimedia units. Please log into the system. When you hear the paging sound, the vote has opened and the voting screen is displayed on your microphone unit. Select the present key. On top right side of the screen, you see the words, please cast your vote. Select one of the options, yes, no, or abstain. Once you have selected one of the options, you will see the words, vote has been cast on the right side of the screen. When you hear the second paging sound, the vote will close after 1 minute. You have just voted, and we'll wait for the results. Just vote. Mr. Kawende, are you done? Mr. Kawende, you are done? The results are as follows. Yes, 61. No, 32, and abstain, 0. Therefore, the ayes have it and the House resolves accordingly. I now tend to address Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP before she takes the walk of shame through the main entrance door of the chamber. Let me inform you that your conduct, which caused disorder during the address by the President, was unjustified and unbefitting the conduct of a member of Parliament. The President is the head of state and government, and you took oath of allegiance. By so doing, you are expected to be respectful to the President. This is a house of honor, decorum, and dignity. I am therefore duty-bound to ensure that the honor, decorum, and dignity of the House is protected and preserved at all times. I wish to reiterate that I will not tolerate gross indiscipline and misconduct from any member. Finally, I wish to inform you that in accordance with Section 28(3) of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, during the period of your suspension, you shall not enter the precincts of the Assembly, and this extends to the National Assembly Motel. You shall not participate in any business or activity of the House or a committee that you are assigned to in your capacity as member of the National Assembly. And 3, you shall not be paid the salary or allowance that you are entitled to as a member. I now order you, Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP, to leave the chamber through the main entrance of the chamber on 30 days suspension as resolved by the House from today, Thursday, 28th March 2024, to Friday, 26th April 2024. I thank you. We make progress. No matters of urgent public importance. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Health to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to render a ministerial statement to update this august House and the general public on the cancer treatment services at Cancer Diseases Hospital. Madam Speaker, Zambia records an average 15,296 new cancer cases per annum. And this is according to the Zambia National Cancer Registry and the Global Cancer Observatory data. The highest burden of cancer comes from the cervical cancer, with approximately 3,640 new cancer cases. Then there is Kaposi sarcoma with 2,427 new cases, prostate cancer with 1,642, then breast cancer with 1,111, and esophagus cancer, which is throat cancer, 534 new cases. In addition, childhood cancers, despite being curable, are associated with very high mortality in Zambia. Madam Speaker, cancer is the second leading cause of death in the world, and more than 9,000 people die from cancer in Zambia annually. The Cancer Diseases Hospital in Lusaka is a fourth-level referral hospital for comprehensive cancer treatment, which was opened in 2006, but officially commissioned in July 2007 under the late President Mwanawasa. It is the only government hospital in Zambia which is specialized to offer comprehensive cancer treatment. The hospital receives already diagnosed patients referred from other health facilities across the country. Approximately 3,000 newly diagnosed cancer patients are seen at the hospital annually, which means only about a fifth of all cancer patients access comprehensive cancer treatment in Zambia. Madam Speaker, cancer is usually managed by a multimodality approach, which includes the following: radiotherapy, surgery, chemotherapy, nuclear medicine, and palliative care. Currently, the Cancer Disease Hospital is offering all these modalities except radiotherapy. So the statement that nothing is happening at cancer by our colleagues on your left, Madam Speaker, is as false as it sounds. The Cancer Diseases Hospital in Lusaka is the only facility in the country that offered radiotherapy treatment. And more than 60%, unfortunately, of our cancer patients require radiotherapy as part of the treatment. What this means, in effect, Madam Speaker, is that only 40% of those suffering from cancer are receiving full treatment, which doesn't need radiotherapy. But once one needs radiotherapy, it means we have a problem. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, because the hospital's radiotherapy equipment is currently non-functional, patients requiring radiotherapy are being referred to India as an interim measure, as the process for referral to Tanzania took a bit longer due to issues of banking processes. So far, close to 80 patients have been sent to India, and this is done or has been done in groups of 20, with the fourth group of patients having left on the 13th of March 2024 and are currently receiving treatment. The fifth group of patients will soon be leaving again for India. The House may wish to note that all patients who are assessed to have curable cancer requiring radiotherapy are presented to the University Teaching Hospitals HOC committee for referral abroad, after which these are sent to the Ministry of Health headquarters, which then prepares the patients for evacuation. The cost of sending each cancer patient for radiotherapy abroad is approximately $4,500. Therefore, for 20 patients at a time, it is $90,000. The patients going for treatment are accompanied by healthcare workers at a ratio of 1 nurse to 5 patients. No caregivers, or those are what we call patients' relatives, escort the patients unless specifically indicated. For example, if the patient is a baby, as there are nurses accompanying them, and the patients selected to be evacuated are generally in good condition as they have earlier stage cancer which is deemed to be curable. Once they have started treatment, the radiotherapy takes between 4 to 8 weeks depending on the condition. I wish, Madam Speaker, to take this opportunity to inform the House that patients have not yet started being evacuated to Tanzania as the government is awaiting complete execution of the contract signed with Tanzania. The government will continue to send patients abroad for radiotherapy until the radiotherapy service is restored at the Cancer Diseases Hospital. Additionally, the government has started, Madam Speaker, government through the Ministry of Health is in the process of rehabilitating and re-equipping the Cancer Diseases Hospital with modern infrastructure and state-of-the-art equipment that will see or that will match modern cancer treatment techniques. The hospital will also see its old radiotherapy equipment being replaced completely with new diagnostic equipment that will enhance positive outcomes for patients. Additionally, a fully equipped new bunker with an extra linear accelerator will be built at the hospital. The government has already allocated funding. We have also chosen a contractor, signed the contract for the project on the 22nd of March 2024. So work to renovate and re-equip the Cancer Diseases Hospital in Lusaka is anticipated to start next month, April to early May 2024. The contractor is Siemens Healthineers, which is a global leader in healthcare innovation, offering products and services for cancer diagnosis, treatment, and care, with their headquarters in Germany. Madam Speaker, the works will involve 1, decommissioning, rehabilitation, and construction at a cost of $7,966,000 kwacha. This will include A, decommissioning, which is removing all outdated equipment, including radiation sources, which will be handled, stored, exported, and disposed of in accordance with internationally accepted standards as recommended by the International Atomic Energy Agency. B, restoration of the structures housing the radiation and diagnostic imaging machinery. C, construction of new radiotherapy bunker, which is also known as a treatment vault and is a specialized room designed to house radiotherapy equipment, and the purpose of which is to shield patients, staff, and the public from ionizing radiation emitted during treatment. This is all in the $7.9 million US, and which is decommissioning, rehabilitation, and construction. Secondly, Madam Speaker, there will be what is called equipping the Cancer Diseases Hospital, and this will be done at a total cost of US $15.5 million. This will include commissioning of 4 linear accelerators, 2 brachytherapy units, 2 CT scan simulators, 1 MRI, and 1 mammography unit. 3. What will also be done will be, we've also engaged in what is called service, maintenance, and upgrade. And this is at a total cost of US $7.439 million for the next 5 years. This will be paid after year 3 in yearly amounts of US $1.5 million for the next 5 years. This will bring the total project cost at the end to $30,814,227 US. The restoration of radiotherapy with the first linear accelerator, 1 CT simulator, 1 brachytherapy unit is expected in October to November 2024, which is phase 1 of the project. Phase 2 of the project will involve decommissioning of the old equipment, rehabilitating the buildings, which will be housing the radiotherapy and imaging equipment, and re-equipping them with other new machines, and this will take 18 months to complete. So phase 1 and phase 2 of the project will run concurrently. After completing the project, the Cancer Diseases Hospital should establish itself as a regional center of excellence for cancer detection and treatment. Madam Speaker, because the hospital's radiotherapy equipment, I've already done that, sorry. Madam Speaker, in order to ensure adequate human resource capacity to cater for these 2 new cancer, Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to inform the House that patients have not yet been evacuated to Tanzania as earlier indicated, but that additionally the government has started the construction of another specialized cancer diseases hospital in Ndola, and this one will be to service the northern circuit. And this will soon begin construction in Livingstone, and this one will be meant to service the southern circuit. Madam Speaker, in order to ensure adequate human resource capacity to cater for these 2 new cancer diseases hospital, training is already being conducted in oncology specialists through the Cancer Diseases Hospital in conjunction with TAVETA, UNZA, and the Zambia Colleges of Medicine and Surgery. The current approved establishment of the Cancer Diseases Hospital is at 753, with only 447 of those positions funded. To offer a full functional service, Treasury Authority will be sought for these unfunded positions, as well as for the 2 new cancer diseases hospitals to be built in Ndola and Livingstone. Madam Speaker, regarding the other cancer treatment modalities, may I reassure the country that the Cancer Diseases Hospital, chemotherapy, nuclear medicine, and cancer surgery services are and will remain operational. The government allocated in 2023 budget 74 million kwacha, Zambian kwacha, for procurement of cancer medicines and supplies through ZAMSA. And in this year, in 2024, this has been increased from 74 million to 110 million kwacha. The Cancer Diseases Hospital is also accredited by NIMA and patients are able to access services through NEMA. Most chemotherapy is also on the NEMA benefit package, and therefore patients are also able to access these through NEMA accredited pharmacies. Madam Speaker, allow me to inform the House and through you, Madam Speaker, the Zambian people, that the New Dawn administration, under the wise and able leadership of His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, is very aware that Zambia is facing a double burden of diseases with a high prevalence of communicable diseases and a rising incidence of non-communicable diseases. Government is mandated not only to treat diseases, but also focus on promoting wellness and prevention of diseases such as cancer. In this regard, government has put in place the following measures to reduce the rise in cancer cases in the country. 1. We launched the National Cancer Control Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026. In this plan, government has prioritized the control of breast, colorectal, prostate, and childhood cancers, as well as the elimination of cervical cancer in Zambia. Emphasis is also placed on ensuring that the national health care packages of NEMA include these priority cancers. 2. Cancer awareness is provided by the health promotions units at various levels in partnership with civil society organizations as well as faith-based organizations. 3. Prevention activities include HPV vaccination for girls aged 9 to 15 years and hepatitis B vaccinations for under 5s through established EPI program countrywide to prevent cervic and liver cancer respectively. 4. Alcohol and tobacco abuse have been associated with the development of cancer that cause preventable premature deaths in the community. Government has put in place the National Alcohol Policy and National Alcohol Policy Implementation Plan, which provides guidance on strategies to reduce the abuse of alcohol. In addition, government, working closely with stakeholders, has developed the Tobacco Products Control Bill, which is currently undergoing necessary internal government legislative approval processes and is expected to be introduced in Parliament soon. 5. Cancer screening. Cancer screening is implemented for cervical cancer and early diagnosis, which is mainly implemented for cervical, breast, prostate, colorectal, and childhood cancers. Cervical cancer screening has been rolled out to 114 out of 116 districts, representing 98 district coverage in Zambia, with 278 cervical cancer screening clinics that have the capacity for immediate treatment of pre-malignant pre-cancer. Further screening with HPV tests, which is a more accurate test, was rolled out in 2021-2022. Surgery is performed at Cancer Diseases Hospital and other public and private hospitals with the capacity to carry out cancer surgery. At the Cancer Diseases Hospital, close to 500 cancer-related surgery are being conducted per annum. 7. Training of more human resource at specialized level in gyn-oncology and other, in order to improve surgical services for management of cancer. In addition, the government, through the Ministry of Health, has identified funds to create a 4-bed intensive care unit and a high dependence unit at the Cancer Diseases Hospital. 8. Chemotherapy is offered at Cancer Diseases Hospital, UTH, and in some mission and private hospitals. However, the main center offering most chemotherapy is our Cancer Diseases Hospital. 9. Government has in 2023 budget under Ministry of Health, ZAMSA, allocated 74 million allocated for cancer medicines and procurement, which has been done and is awaiting delivery that will bring stock status to over 95%. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, may I reassure the country that the chemotherapy, nuclear medicine, and cancer surgical services at the Cancer Diseases Hospital are and will remain operational as the radiotherapy section is being rehabilitated and upgraded. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Health. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Listening to your ministerial statement, and today we have woken up with a headline that NEMA has moved back to Ministry of Health. I hope that is true, considering that in your ministerial statement you did mention the importance of the important role NEMA will play in providing some services for our people. I wanted to find out from you, Honorable Minister, with the investment that you have talked about under Siemens, it's quite a lot of money. The particular, obviously your ministry did make some assessments as to which cancer is prominent in Zambia for it to speak to the investment that you have announced here, and also the increment that the Minister of Finance has provided for the cancer drugs. Are you able to share with the people which particular cancer is more prevalent in Zambia and has spoken to the investment that you have just announced? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. I did indicate, Madam Speaker, in my statement that Zambia records on average over 15,000 new cases per annum. And of these, the highest one, the highest type of cancer is cervical cancer, which affects mainly women and young girls. And the number is 3,640 of these 15,000. And then the next one is the Kaposi sarcoma with 2,427, and of course prostate cancer, which is male, 1,642, then breast cancer, which is women, 1,111, and the throat cancer, which is 534 new cases. So that is basically the numbers in terms of the cancer burden.
Thank
and
you.
The numbers represent the intensity of the biggest, which is the biggest, which is the least. Thank you.
Thank you. Then the Honorable Member for Kabushi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for an opportunity. Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, first and foremost, I want to thank you and I want to thank this government for considering the ordinary citizen to evacuated for medical treatment, unlike what used to happen in the past, where only the big fishes were evacuated for treatment. Honorable Minister, I heard the figures that you were presenting on the floor of this House, $4,500 to evacuate one person. My question is, what is the cost of employing technocrats that can be repairing this machine and the cost of stocking spares for our medical treatment equipment? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Maybe before the Minister comes in, there's an indication for a point of order. Dr. Chirufya, what is your point of order?
Let me begin by appreciating the government's decision to move NEMA back to the Ministry of Health. It's a progressive move, and it requires our support. Let's just improve service delivery in these public health institutions. Madam Speaker, I was following the question from Honourable Member of Kabushi, and he made a very wild statement that in the past only big fishes were being evacuated. And I think that's the politicking that we need to avoid when we are dealing with the health, because records are very clear on who has been evacuated and who is not. Records do not lie. And does he have evidence
to show that only big fishes in the past have been evacuated. I was privileged to be minister, and I know the many, many ordinary citizens that were evacuated. But if he has evidence, would he lay it on the floor of the table, or would he have the decency to withdraw such a reckless statement?
Thank you so
Order
much.
65.
I'll guide honorable members. Let's be focused to the ministerial statement. If we've got additional information to the ministerial statement as we ask questions, we can simply lay it on the table. But please, let's just be focused to the questions, to the ministerial statement, so that we avoid these unnecessary interjections. Let's be focused. Let's sure that we use evidence as we are asking questions. The Honorable Minister of Health, do you still remember the question? The Honorable Member for Kabushi, kindly summarize your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first submission, I think, has been challenged by Honorable former Minister for Health.
No,
my question is,
yes, just go
I
straight
got
to the
the
question.
figures that the minister was presenting on the floor of his house, and the figures are that evacuating one ordinary citizen is $4,500. Now, my question is, what is the cost of stocking spares and employing experts that should be working on these medical equipment that we have? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. The cost, we said, is $4,500. Madam Speaker, if you look at that cost, it also includes air ticket. So we thought as government that the deal was a good deal for us. In the meantime, whilst working on improving, replacing the machines that are defunct. Now, he's asking whether that money, $4,500, would not be enough to train. The issue of training is an ongoing issue. Like I did indicate in the statement that we need more specialized health workers who are trained in oncology, and that is being done as we prepare ourselves for 2 more new hospitals that will come on board. That is the Livingstone and the Ndola one. But also even the Cancer Diseases Hospital here in Lusaka, we did indicate in the statement to the effect that the numbers of workers there are not sufficient, and that of course we need more, and that we will continue to press on for Treasury Authority. And also just to take note that this administration in the last 2 budgets, there has been a deliberate decision, even in the current budget, to continuously improve on the patient ratio, staff-patient ratio numbers, so that we continue to employ. So basically, we are going to employ, even this year, more specialized staff in oncology or in cancer disease treatment and prevention. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Mbabala.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Minister, thank you so much, and congratulations for the various contracts signed with Siemens to support the work of the Cancer Disease Hospital. Honorable Minister, I wanted to find out what is the mortality rate for the patients that are presenting and waiting for this process of evacuation to India, if we have established it. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
I'm not sure if I heard the question, but if he's asking about the death ratio of patients that have gone to India, is that the question, Madam Speaker?
Yes, those that are waiting to be evacuated to India.
Well, the list is very long, but as I indicated, we've been sending them in batches of 20, And the last one went on 12th of March, and the next one is due anytime, again, the other 20. I also did indicate that we will also send some to Tanzania once the financial processes that we had to put in place are done, so that maybe the numbers can also increase.
Okay.
Thank you.
In fact, maybe you answer it in the next. He was trying to find out, the honorable member for Mbabala, you wanted to find out how many people are dying as they are waiting to be evacuated to India. That was the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I would not know the numbers, but it is true, Madam Speaker, to say that we continue to lose people from this deadly disease, especially cervical cancer. And one of the issues, Madam Speaker, is not so much about the treatment, which is not at its full capacity, but so much that many of our people, one, take time to get detected. And by the time they come to our hospitals, it's a bit too late. Cancer is treated, but is curable. But if you are late, there's nothing anybody can do. And this is why sometimes even those that go abroad, you've heard many people, even in the private sector, they go abroad for cancer treatment. But when you are late, the chances of survival are very low. And so that is what continues to happen. And yes, it's also true that in the process, there are people that have died. But remember what I said, that 40% of our cancer patients are fully being treated here. It is the 60% and mainly those that need chemotherapy. And unfortunately, these are the ones who are many. And Madam Speaker, let me say that from 2021, when we took office, we discovered that we had issues there. And in the year 2022, the Minister of Health did give us, allocate resources in the budget to help us fix those equipment. And a lot of resources were spent on the equipment. But what happened on 3 occasions between 2022 to early 2023, the chemotherapy machines were repaired. But they only worked for 1 month. The next time again, they worked for 2 weeks. The next time they worked for 1 month. Then we realized that we're just wasting resources. That is when the decision was made that let's just replace them. Let me say that the other machines for the other 4 services which we are providing, including chemotherapy and the rest, I want to say that those machines are fully functional, but even those machines, Madam Speaker, by next year, we will not be able to get the parts for those equipment. This is why we have decided not only to get machines for chemotherapy, but for all the other services. And as I've said, if you look at the cost, it is high, but the equipment also is very good equipment, modern equipment, and the quantities in terms of numbers, it's not one CT scan or one, they are all many. And this is why we are saying it will become a center of excellence in this region. And we will start getting people coming from the surrounding neighboring countries into Zambia. So I want to appeal to the Zambians that this government has not been sitting idle or just without caring. We put money in the first budget, in the second budget, even this year's budget, just to try and improve the cancer diseases hospital. Those machines were supposed to have been replaced between 2016 to 2019, but it was not done. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we've only taken 2 questions. I'll add 10 more minutes. Let's be precise when asking the questions. The honorable member for Mwandi.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, let me recommend government for what they have, the backstops that they have put in place to making sure that the patients that we have of the cancer hospital are evacuated to India. But my question in particular is, Honorable Minister of Health, you've indicated that one of the challenges that we have in regards to cancer is the early detection. I think in particular, that's also the challenge that I'm finding in my constituency. By the time the referrals are done, the cancer has already advanced. As a ministry, what it is that you're doing to making sure that the hospitals that we have in our country can detect cancer early so that lives are preserved. I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very important follow-up question. Madam Speaker, we talk of early diagnosis as the best answer, first and foremost. Secondly, the belief that when somebody has got cancer, we normally say the person has been bewitched, bamulowa. That's always been the story, especially in the rural parts of our country. And it's incumbent upon members of parliament here who understand these issues that they must help the Minister of Health to sensitize their communities, especially the women, the girl child. Cervical cancer screening is all over the country, about 98%. I've said 114 districts are able now to do these screenings. I think we've only got 2 districts, and we're hoping this year we'll cover those 2 new districts. But the fact of the matter is that there's been a lot of efforts by government currently and even previous governments to sensitize women on the importance of early screening. Breast cancer, there's normally activities, cervical cancer screening, young men going for circumcision. All these things that we talk about are very important, and that's why you see those who live up to over 80% are those who have ears. When we say go for early screening, you go when you have accessibility. The problem, Madam Speaker, even here, if we ask how many have done these screenings, you'll be shocked. We take life for granted, and we take health for granted. Let us be people who care about our bodies. It's very important. Let's help the girl child to be screened. There's a lot of cervical cancer in this country, Madam Speaker, as I speak. And if those people can be screened early, they will not die, because we are capable of stopping it right here in Zambia. And even these people who have been dying, because they've come late. So even if we send you abroad, you will still not make it. So please, let's go for early cervical cancer and just cancer checkups on time. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bwanamkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Bwanamkubwa to pose a question to the Minister of Health. And Minister, thank you for the answers you are providing. I wanted to find out, Minister, from your statistics, you've stated that only 3,000 cases are looked at by our cancer hospital here in Lusaka, against the number of cases, which is 9,000 usually in the country. I wanted to understand, first and foremost, because a disease such as cancer waits for no one. Looking at the project you've given us the figures, you've not highlighted the estimated completion time of the project vis-a-vis the cost the government is going to incur sending the patients to India. That is what I wanted to find out. What is the lead time for completion of this project, and what is a cost-benefit analysis looking at us sending them and the time, so that we're able to know. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. It's supposed to be 1 question per member. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. First of all, we talked about the numbers being 15,000 plus 15,000 every year. The 9,000 is the number of people who die every year because of cancer. Then we talked about 3,000 are the only numbers of people that we are treating or that are coming in our hospital. What this really means is that we have many people over above 3,000 that are infected or are suffering from cancer but have not accessed, they've not come forward. These are some that go to the Ngangas to seek treatment. And some of them, they're at home because it's very far and very costly for them to come to Lusaka. But the truth of the matter is that even in the remotest part of Zambia, if they went to any district other than the 2 districts, they are able to be screened on time, they are able to be referred to our hospital, and they are able to be saved. The challenge is we, as members of parliament, let us go out in our constituencies and let's talk to the women. Let them know about cancer. Cancer has killed many people in Zambia, and this is not the only time. Even before we knew much about cancer, in the past we only knew about the fact that your brother, your neighbor has bewitched you. But all those people died from cancer, different types of cancers. But the many ones are the ones that are killing the girl child. There's now medication, there are vaccination to prevent the cancer coming to the young girls. So why not go out now that we are going to rise tomorrow, is it today, and begin to have meetings in our wards, telling our councillors to tell the people that there is cancer, cervical cancer, go to the schools, the young girls, the adult girls in the primary and secondary schools, tell them to go and get, vaccinated. These drugs for prevention are there. I think that way we shall do something for our people. We are decentralizing. That's why this government has chosen 2 sites, northern region and southern region, so that the distances are reduced. Thank you, Madam Speaker, except to say that the cancer diseases staff have done tremendous job. We have a young lady there who is heading the cancer, a Dr. Musadabwe, very committed young lady. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dundumwezi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and allow me also to commend the government for these various achievements in ensuring that our people receive quality services from the Ministry of Health. Honourable Minister, I just wanted to find out who covers the travel documents, because in the recent past I've received phone calls from my constituents asking for money to enable them acquire travel documents for cancer treatment abroad. Is the $4,500 inclusive of acquiring travel documents? I thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Health.
This time around, like somebody has said, we find ourselves sending more people who are vulnerable as opposed to high profile. We do send high profile, but our major group this time around, we have decided that we take the vulnerables. And if you look at the host list, you will see that we have more vulnerables than high profile people. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I wanted to just indicate earlier somebody was talking about the lead time. And let me answer that. 6 months for phase 1 and 18 months for phase 2. I think that question was asked earlier by somebody, one of the MPs just before this question. But also let me say that when somebody cannot, a patient cannot afford to pay for a travel document, government takes up that bill. But it is something that we always encourage families of patients to assist government. Let's not overburden government. Who is government? Government is you, the same people. Where's the money? It's your money. It's the same money. So we must be able to help each other, because the running around of documentation takes a lot of time, and time from officers who are supposed to be taking care of the patient. So when the hospital tells you, we'll be sending this patient, please bring his passport, and you don't have a passport, you can go and try and push around for a passport. Let's not do feeding. What is the word? Breastfeeding.
You can use another word, Honourable Minister.
Spoon feeding. That's what I thought, breastfeeding, sorry. Let's not overdo spoon feeding, where you want everything government, everything government. Government is going to send patients. If your father or your mother or your daughter is going to be evacuated and they don't have a passport, surely shouldn't you run around and go and get the passport? Yes, if the money is not there, government will help. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prevention versus treatment, Honourable Minister. And I ask because I'm a man, prostate cancer. Does regular sex reduce the chances of getting to cervical cancer, prostate cancer, Madam?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I'm not a medical doctor, but obviously anything that God has created must be done accordingly. It means it has a positive impact on your body. So if you are married, you must have sex with your husband. If you are not married, maybe if you have a steady person, you must have sex with that steady person, but not multiple partners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have exhausted our time. We now move to the next ministerial statement. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present a comprehensive status of the construction and upgrading of mobile communication towers throughout the country to this August House. Information and communication technologies play an important role in ensuring widespread connectivity, facilitating communication, and have thus far generated many tech-enabled jobs and facilitated financial inclusion, enabling marketeers and traders to use, including mobile money services. This impact is underscored by a 53% increase in the value of mobile money transactions from 295 billion in 2022 to 452 billion in 2023, attributable to improved mobile connectivity. The approach, Madam Speaker, is to enhance connectivity in line with the New Dawn government's priority to transform communication channels and enhance digital services for all citizens. Madam Speaker, let me begin by reflecting on the progress made so far. According to the Zambia Statistics Agency, in 2023, the ICT sector experienced an economic growth of 19.6% in 2023, reflecting on the dynamic value of technology evolution. This growth trajectory continued its upward trend and underscores the resilience and vitality of our ICT sector in driving economic development and fostering digital transformation. In terms of connectivity, Madam Speaker, our nation has witnessed a surge in mobile subscription from 9.4 million in 2022 to 12.7 million in 2023. Madam Speaker, similarly, Internet subscription experienced substantial growth, rising from 11.1 million in 2022 to 12.6 million in 2023. These figures reflect the increase in digital inclusion, connectivity among our citizens, paving the way for greater access to information, entrepreneurship, innovation, and financial inclusion. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the honourable members of Parliament for supporting the passing of the Public Procurement Amendment Bill number 17 of 2023, which has unlocked the bottlenecks and bureaucracy that were inherent in the previous Procurement Act to improve the delivery of services to our people. The status of construction of mobile communication towers. Madam Speaker, the construction of communication towers is being undertaken through different initiatives, including the Universal Access Service Fund, Zamtel and Infratel project, and the private sector. The status on the construction and upgrading of mobile communication towers in 2024 is as follows. Number one, Madam Speaker, 31 mobile communication towers. The government is constructing 31 towers under the Universal Service Fund, which commenced in October 2023 and is on track for completion by 31st October 2024, according to the contract. 2, 140 towers. I'm happy to report, Madam Speaker, that the contract for the construction of 140 towers has been awarded and construction and upgrading is estimated to be completed within 12 months. Number 3, 169 mobile communication towers. The House may wish to note that under the 2024 national budget, the government has earmarked the construction of 169 towers. The survey for the construction of these towers has since commenced. Number 4, installation of active equipment on 25 passive mobile communication towers and construction of 5 towers by Zamtel. Madam Speaker, the government through Zamtel is working on installing of active equipment on 25 passive communication towers. The installation is scheduled to commence in May 2024, which is expected to complete by 30th September 2024. In addition, Zamtel has commenced the construction of 5 new mobile communication towers to be completed by June 2024. Number 5, the private sector. Madam Speaker, the Ministry has engaged the private sector who have committed to construct and upgrade 176 towers in 2024. The mobile network operators have also been directed to improve network performance to ensure availability, affordability, and accessibility of services to all citizens. Madam Speaker, overall, the total number of mobile communication towers earmarked for construction, upgrading, and optimization in the next 12 months is 546. This will increase coverage from 92% to 94% by population. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, government remains committed to fostering socio-economic development through enhanced telecommunication infrastructure. The construction, upgrading, and optimization of mobile towers underscore our dedication to create a digitally inclusive society where every citizen can harness the power of connectivity for prosperity and progress. Madam Speaker, I wish to extend my gratitude to the Honorable Speaker and the members of Parliament for their unwavering support and patience that have demonstrated in the construction of communication towers. I implore you to continue to support as we chart a path towards a knowledge-based on an informed and connected society. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science. The Honorable Member for Chairman North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Science and Technology. Honorable Minister, I just want to find out on these contractors who are constructing the 31 communication towers, because I know that in Chairman North constituency I've got 2 towers, that's Chivale and Chiruanama, under the 31. There's been concerns from our people there. These contractors have been there, take soil samples, but up to this time are not on site. What assurance are you making to the people of Chivale and also Chiruanama to ensure that these communication towers will be constructed before October 2024. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, the assurance that we can give to the people of Chivalem, and indeed Chairman in general, is that the terms of the contract is that the towers must be delivered within 12 months. And failure to deliver within 12 months will warrant a penalty and other sanctions. And the contractor has been made to sit down, and that royalty clause has been made to them. And I'm sure they will do accordingly. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for the statement. We just wanted to find out, sometimes the delay is not on the part of the contractor, but also government processes, procurement processes. What is being done to ensure that government bureaucracies as regards procurement do not delay service delivery? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, one of the biggest delays was the old Procurement Act. And that is why I have mentioned to this August House that when we passed the amendment and delivered a new Procurement Act, it has been able to remove the bureaucracy, the rigidities that were inherent in the previous Procurement Act. The previous Procurement Act was prescriptive. The new one substantially is focusing on value and on delivery. So we shall see enhanced delivery. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
Most grateful, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, sometimes in our respective constituencies, it's really surprising that you can be a meter within the vicinity of the communication tower, but there is no network. What the people of Sinazong would like to find out from you, Honorable Minister, is how are these communication towers serviceable? If yes, how often? So that at least these network challenges can be avoided. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you for that question. One of the solutions which we have included in the statement is the issue of upgrading the active equipment, which is what we are doing, particularly in your constituency. This equipment will be upgraded to ensure better performance. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Musanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the answers that you are giving. My follow-up question, Madam Speaker, is on the same towers that your ministry was supposed to construct in Msanzala constituency, particularly in Chingolo Ward, under Chief Sandwe, and Mudonsa Ward under Chief Sandwe, where the contract was given, and these contractors have not yet finished constructing those towers. What is the status at the moment? Because the people of Msanzara are requesting me to ask you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, through you to the Minister, that when are we going to have these towers? Because they have waited for a long time now. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, we are doing two things. Number one, we are going to deliver through the Office of the Clerk a schedule of the towers that are going to be planted in the constituencies, indicating the dates when they'll be planted, and also indicating who the contractor is and who you need to contact within the ministry if there's a delay, specifically on the delivery of towers. What has lacked in the past is lack of information, lack of the contact of a precise person. So a number of us, honorable members, who ask this officer at the ministry, that officer at the ministry, and in the process, you are receiving various answers. So we now want to channel responses from the ministry through one source for consistency and follow-up. And the information that we're going to pass through the clerk will provide that channel. And so from Sanzara, we are going to contact the channel and monitor the delivery, including with the contractor, of the towers in your constituency. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have heard the expected increase in terms of coverage pertaining the population. But I wanted to find out, with the completion of the 546 towers which are expected, what will be the increase in coverage in area for not population? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, I have said that by population we shall reach almost 94% in terms of coverage. By area, because the concentration of our people are predominantly along the Rhino Trail. So in terms of geographical coverage, we shall be about 83%. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, we are extremely excited to hear about the government's plans to actually increase the number of towers, because Chama South, Madam Speaker, areas like Pondo, Chimpamba, and Virimkuru Ward, particularly Chigoma, they don't know how a phone looks like. Now, are you in a position to give us indicative period so that when we are making promises, to the people, we should be able to tell them that President HH and this administration will ensure that by this time you have network in these areas? Are you in that position, Honourable Minister? I submit.
Unfortunately, the time is now 10:40 hours. I suspend business for 20 minutes.
Thank you so much. You're still watching Parliament Television, the station that brings Parliament closer to you. And under consideration is the ministerial statement rendered on the floor of the House by the Minister of Technology and Science. And at the time business was suspended on the floor was Chama South Member of Parliament, Mr. Davison Mungando, making a follow-up question. So far, when business resumed sitting at 09 hours, Madam First Deputy Speaker made a ruling on a complaint by Mr. Emmanuel Banda, Member of Parliament for Muchinga constituency, against Mr. J.N. Chisenga, Member of Parliament for Mambilima constituency, for her conduct during the President's address to the House on Friday, 15th March 2024. We'll be able to give you the details in regards to this ruling that was rendered by Madam First Deputy Speaker. Thereafter, Madam First Deputy Speaker did permit the Honourable Minister of Health to render a ministerial statement on cancer treatment services. at Cancer Disease Hospital, and as well will be also able to give you the details in regards to this ministerial statement. Still to come, the House is expected to consider one motion coming from Ms. Veso Sefolo, who is Mwanda Constituency Member of Parliament, and the House will also consider 2 bills at second reading and committee stage. Thereafter, we expect the House to resume debate on the motion of Excellence, the President's address. This is the motion of 19th March 2024. So stay glued right here on Parliament Television as we continue to bring Parliament up closer to you. Right now, we take a break. We'll be back at 11 hours.
In a quest to fully appreciate its operations and challenges, the National Assembly of Zambia Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services had an engagement meeting toward the National Quality Control Laboratories for Zambia Medicines Regulatory Authority (ZAMRA) on Monday, 18th March 2024. Speaking during the official opening of the engagement meeting, the chairperson of the committee, Dr. Christopher Kalila, who is also a member of Parliament for Lukulu East, highlighted the important role the committee plays and commended ZAMRA for its role in approving medical products.
This committee basically does 4 things which are in line with the role of all parliamentarians. First, members of Parliament and Parliament in general operates as a watchdog body over the administration, or what is generally known as oversight. So in this particular case, as a committee, we are a watchdog to the Ministry of Health and to the Ministry of Community Development. As I have said, we are interested in everything that happens in these 2 ministries. We provide checks and balances, we scrutinize the documents, we analyze the audit reports that come from these institutions. That's the first point. Second point is that we make laws also that come from these institutions, and Budgetary have mentioned some of the pieces of legislation that this committee has passed, having been sponsored by the ministry responsible for health. So the second one is that we are legislators, we make laws, and which is what everybody associates Parliament with.
ZAMRA Board Chairperson Mr. Robert Simenza State Council, through his representative Dr. Martin Lisati-Chansha, appreciated government for playing its role in the enactment of various laws pertaining to medicine regulation in Zambia.
Notably, among these laws is the enactment of the Controlled Substance Act number 2 of 2023, the Industrial Hemp Act of number 34 of 2021, and the Cannabis Act number 33 of 2021. ZAMRA will not relent in enforcing the provision of these acts in order to safeguard public health and animal health. The board and management could also like to appreciate and recognize the committee's role and support during the performance audit or the audit general on the control and regulation of medicine in Zambia, as well as the support rendered in Parliament on the consideration of the treaty for enactment of the African Medicine Agency. You will agree with me, Chairperson, that the pharmaceutical industry is a very complex sector with various stakeholders ranging from manufacturing, suppliers, distributors, retailers, and users of medicine and allied substances, among others. As such, there is a need for continued deliberate efforts and approach directed towards constant monitoring and engagement of all players in the sector, including pharmaceuticals, parliamentarians, and all effectively execute our mandate.
Members of Parliament were taken through 3 presentations, and the first presentation was conducted by ZAMRA Director General Mr. Mopani Sianga, who gave an overview of the Zambia Medicines Regulatory Authority ZAMRA.
Our vision is that we become a credible regulator ensuring the protection of human and animal health. As you are aware that we are regulating both animal and human products. Our mission is to effectively regulate medicines and allied substances for quality, safety, and efficacious medical products on the Zambian market. So just to give a historical background regarding this institution, it's a very old institution, as you can see from the dates there in 1940. We had the Pharmacy and Poisons board established under an act called Pharmacy and Poisons Act.
The second presentation was done by Ms. Beatrice Kabaso, ZAMRA Principal Regulatory Officer. Her presentation was on medicines control and market authorization.
Medicines that do not have marketing authorization are not allowed, meaning they're prohibited to be placed on the Zambian markets. And then also requirements that applications for marketing authorization are made to ZAMRA in the prescribed manner. So we have a form on how the dossiers are supposed to be submitted to the authority. And then sanctions and penalties for not complying with the Act. Next. So the classes of regulated medicines and allied substances under the marketing authorization are human medicines, veterinary medicines, and also allied substances. So when it comes to registration of the products, we have the guidelines that speaks to registration. So, and then we have the format of how the dossiers are submitted to the authority. So we have ZAMRA CTD guidelines, we have human medicines, veterinary medicines, herbal medicines and nutritional supplements, medical devices, in vitro diagnostics, condoms, and then we also have new guidelines on cosmetics, tracking and traceability.
ZAMRA Principal ICT Officer Mr. Arthur Sichivula made a presentation on integrated regulatory information management systems.
To help us deal with efficiency and also transparency on how we do things, we had to digitalize our processes, meaning that whatever service that we receive from outside and internally, they are all interlinked and done electronically. So all our services for marketing authorization, for new renewal and every process is done on the system. So they don't have to come here physically to do the application. They can apply online. And then we also receive them online and process them online, and they are able to receive the updates on the system. So if you notice our system, they can track their processes from the time they do an application, submit it, they can pay online, we can screen online, we can assign our staff to work on the applications online as well, and they're able to see how we are faring on each stage. And so they don't need to come here to check where we are or what or call. They can still check on their portal. Then they are also able to retrieve their own documents. So currently we are doing, I would say, MA or processes, licensing, which is the import and export. We are doing that on the system. For premises or establishments, we are doing that on the system. Disposal as well, advertising promotions, GMP, clinical trials, everything is done on the system.
During the plenary session, members of parliament had an opportunity to seek clarity from the presentations that were made.
We have found that some people can hijack your system, maybe begin to impersonate it, make money out of that. So I don't know how secure your system is.
So we have the firewalls that we are using. Our network setup is highly secure and efficient. In terms of the system itself, it's very difficult. Even if we allow people to get their own account to apply for import permits, to even try to hack because of the level of complexity of the system. So unless it's one of us hacking the system, but from how it has been made, it's high secure, and we are always complying to international standards in terms of security.
From the censorship formula, I'm told people still go to whoever is selling it and they can access that medicine. Are you monitoring, or is it being taken by members of the public? I'm told you can buy it somewhere, especially in Lusaka.
On the sondage formula, I think we tried to support the process by registering the clinical trial. So we went up to phase 1 of the clinical trial. Then afterwards, I think the owners of the products have not come back for the second phase and the third phase. normally it has to pass through those 3 phases.
Those who are found wanting, do you have a dedicated prosecuting officer, or you have to depend on the legal officer to prosecute the cases of those who are defaulting?
When there's a product that has exhibited problems on the market anywhere, and then this product is submitted by WHO, we get that information and we also go out in the market everywhere. So because we have offices everywhere, so we go out and we inspect to check if this product is on the market.
The engagement meeting ended with a tour of Zamra National Quality Control Laboratories. The Zambia Medicines Regulatory Authority, ZAMRA, ensures that all medicines and allied substances are made available to the Zambian people consistently to meet the set standards of quality, safety, and efficacy, as well as protecting public and animal health.
My name is Kona Simunji. I was born from Mr. and Mrs. Simunji in Namamumba village in the eastern part of Nalikwanda. I did my primary school at Namshishe Primary School in 1974 to 1977. Then from there I moved to Nakaembe Primary School, where I did my grade 5 to grade 7. And then from there I went to Kawama School in 1982. Up to 1986. From there, I did my CABS. As you are aware, I'm an accountant at Evelyn Horn. Thereafter, I did NATEC at Evelyn Horn. Thereafter, I did ACCA at ZICAS. Thereafter, I went to Copperbelt University, where I did my postgraduate diploma in finance. Nalikwanda constituency is a very nice constituency, though in a very bad state. Nalikwanda constituency is made up of forests and rivers. Currently, we have got 53 schools, with mostly primary and basic, and 6 high schools. However, with the schools, I can tell you that we have got a lot of work to do. With the current recruitment of teachers, we will embark on buildings, accommodation for teachers. Apart from schools, we have got a bad condition in terms of health posts. We can only say maybe we have got 2 clinics in Nalikwanda, that's Nakanya and Naroi. There is a health post where they cannot even admit a patient. So we have got a lot of work in terms of health institutions, because I don't believe in the models of building a health post. I believe in building a clinic which can accommodate at least 15 people, which we don't have currently. Apart from there, we have got no roads in Nalikwanda, which you can call a road. Last year, actually, we had an accident where teachers who were coming from a function in Mongo, their vehicle fall into a river. Meaning our crossing points in Nalikwanda are in a very bad state. So that one is also another area which we need to invest in. Apart from that, in Nalikwanda we cultivate a lot of rice, maize, cassava. So that area is actually, I would say, the most productive part of Mongo district. So we need to educate our people so that they move away from the plains and come and invest a lot in Nalikwanda constituency. In Nalikwanda, we have got a very big plan for them. With the CDF which has been given to the constituencies, we plan to start with the crossing points first. That's our first point. When we finish that one, we move to the clinics. If we can manage even to build mini hospitals, that would be better. Actually, I have managed to secure a mini hospital for Nakanya, which is where we are trying to see if we can put a district. On Saturday this coming weekend, I'll be in Nakanya, where I'm meeting all the chiefs in Narikwanda, where we are going to discuss about developmental issues in Narikwanda. My word to the people, my constraints is that I'm part of them. I know all the problems which are related to Narikwanda. If I say I will bring development alone to Narikwanda, that will not be enough. We shall work at the community and work with them to see that we work with our WDCs, because that's where development will start from. We work with them, we work with the chiefs, village admins, so that we see which development we should attack first. From there, we shall see that Narikwanda is developed. But actually, the major one, we need to make sure that Narikwanda becomes a district, so that we share resources. Because currently, all the resources which go to Mongo district, they just go to Mongo Central. Now we want to make Narikwanda a district, so that our resources come to Narikwanda as a district, not as a sub.
Thank you so much. We continue bringing Parliament closer to you today, 28th March 2024. And before the House went on a 20-minute health break, under consideration was the ministerial statement rendered by the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science, Honorable Felix Mutati. And at the time business was suspended, on the floor of the House was Mr. Davison Mungandu, who happens to be Chama South Member of Parliament. He was making points of clarification arising from that ministerial statement issued by the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science. Still to come, we expect the House to consider one motion to be moved by Ms. Siveso Sefulo. She's one Member of Parliament. She wants to urge the House to adopt the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the ratification of the international agreement for the establishment of the African Finance Corporation and its constitutive instruments, namely the Charter, the Establishment Agreement, and the Headquarters Agreement for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 25th March 20. We also expect the House to consider the Citizenship of Zambia Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 over 2023 to be considered at second reading stage, and also the Constituency Development Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023 to be considered at a committee stage, and thereafter we expect the House to resume a debate on the motion of His Excellency the President's address, the motion of 19th March 2024. So there will be resumption of a debate on this particular motion, which was moved last week. So far, the House. Emmanuel Banda, Member of Parliament for Muchinga constituency, against Ms. J.N. Chisenga, Member of Parliament for Mambilima constituency, for her conduct during the President's address to the House on Friday, 15th March 2024. Madam First Deputy Speaker, Madam First Speaker also permitted the Minister of Health to render a ministerial statement on cancer treatment services at Cancer Disease Hospital. So under consideration right now is the ministerial statement rendered by the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science, Honorable Felix Mutati. And at the time, business was suspended for 20 minutes health break. On the floor of the House was Chama South Member of Parliament, Mr. Davison Mongando. He was about to pose a question to the Minister, to the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science, Honorable Felix Mutati. So stay glued right here on Parliamentary Television. Remember, you can also follow the proceedings on our Facebook page. That's our National Assembly of Zambia. If you haven't yet liked the page, please do so that you can follow the live proceedings right here on Parliament TV. You can also follow the proceedings on radio in your area of jurisdiction. Also to come on, to be considered, just like I earlier alluded, that we have one motion, 2 bills to be considered at different stages, and there will be resumption of debate to the motion of His Excellency the President's address. This is the motion of the 19th March 2024. Remember, on 15th March 2024, His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema did address the National Assembly on the progress made in the application of national values and principles. So members of Parliament have been debating this particular motion. So we expect honorable ministers to continue debating the motion of His Excellency the President's address. So right now, bells are ringing, calling on members of Parliament to be in the House so that business can be transacted. So from Tuesday 26th to 28th March, the House has been sitting from 09 hours. This follows the suspension of necessary standing orders, which are 25, 27 and 115 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 to enable the House to sit at 09 hours until business on the order paper for each day is completed from Tuesday 26th to Thursday 28th March 2024, and also to consider more than one stage of a bill at a single sitting. So from Tuesday 26th to today 28th March 2024, the House has been sitting from 09 hours until business on the order paper is concluded for each day. So this follows the suspension of standing orders 25, 27 and 115 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021. This is to enable the House to sit at 09 hours until business on the order paper for each day is completed from Tuesday 26th to Thursday 28th March 2024, and also to consider more than one stage of a bill at a single sitting. In case that you've just joined us, those are live pictures on your screen as we await for the quorum to be formed so that business can be transacted. Right now, we interest you to what is happening in the chamber.
Order. When business was suspended, the House was considering the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science, and the Honorable Member for Chama South had just finished asking a follow-up question. I will allow the Honorable Member for Chama South to repeat the question. Please summarize your question.
Madam Speaker, I was finding out from the Minister that the people of Chama South, and I know the entire country, are very excited to hear that his ministry is about to take care of the unsaved and underserved areas when it comes to communication towers. And the people of Chama South, particularly in Chigoma, Pondo, and Chimpamba, have no connectivity. I want to find out when, in terms of a period, this thing, in terms of taking care of these underserved areas, will be done, so that we promise these people that come this month or this year of this month of this year, the New Dawn government will ensure that our people are connected in terms of communication. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For our people in Chama South, and indeed in areas where they are unserved and underserved, what we have indicated on the floor of this House is that we are going to deliver a comprehensive list of the various lots of towers that we are doing, indicating clearly the time frame for delivery of the towers. One, also indicating the contact person that you need to get to in terms of delay. So there will be information specifically for the area where it will be planted and the period for each and every constituency, including Chama South. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chipidi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, people of Chipidi constituency are waiting for your installation of the towers. Now, my question is your ministry has already been funded, because you have given your time frame to execute these works? Are we not going to see you coming back lamenting why probably the money is not sufficient to carry out your work? So I want to know whether the money is available so that you execute your works accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before the Minister comes in, there's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Minister of Information, what is your point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the occasion to rise on a point of order, which I believe is a necessary one. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order in terms of Standing Order 207, contempt of the House, and what constitutes contempt of the House as thereunder provided. Madam Speaker, I have in my possession the News Diggers newspaper of today, titled, As You Can See. Madam Speaker, PF claims debt restructuring. UPND has only concluded a process which we started. Any good government could have done it. That is a headline for this paper today. But the materiality to which I'm drawing this paper into this discourse is this corner in green. The title, There is a Leadership Problem in the National Assembly. Kafaya. Madam Speaker, when you go to substantively page 4, it says, Lunte PF Member of Parliament, Mutotwe Kafaya, says there is a leadership problem in the National Assembly, and that is why members of Parliament have no morale to attend sessions. In terms of Standing Order 207, Madam Speaker, is the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lunte in order to cast the leadership of this august house and therefore the entire house in this manner to the public? Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that point of order. It's really surprising to hear of such information being displayed out there, because as far as we are concerned, we don't have a leadership crisis. We don't have. And the work of Parliament has been going on from the time we started this sitting up to today when we are rising. There's never been a single day when we didn't see any members of Parliament attending the proceedings of this House. We've always had members. So, and we can't judge the members to say they have no morale. That is at a personal level. If one feels that he's not interested or he has no morale, we cannot generalize that feeling to all the members of Parliament in the House. They feel the way they feel. Others are very happy to be here. We can see from the contributions that they make, from the debates that they make. If others are not happy, I'm sure we wouldn't have been seeing them, or even the behavior would have shown in the House. So, honorable members, I think it's our duty to respect this House. And we are supposed to also give respect to this House. This is a house for the people. It's not our house. There's supposed to be decorum, dignity. I think we've been making rulings where we've clearly indicated the behavior of members of Parliament in this House. It's straightforward. Therefore, if that is what is exactly appearing in the newspaper, the honorable member was out of order to generalize that the members of Parliament have no morale. And I can't see any leadership crisis. Will the honorable minister please lay the document on the table? Thank you. The Honorable Minister for Technology and Science, do you still remember the question? Please, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question that was asked by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chipiri was whether funding is available to execute the delivery of the towers. We have indicated that in 2024, the plan is for us to deliver 546 towers. Of this total, 377 are funded. 169 are provided for in the 2024 budget. And as a member may be aware that the year 2024 is challenging mainly on account of the drought. We can't say with 100% certainty regarding the 169 towers in terms of funding. The Minister of Finance will be able to indicate to us as we proceed. I thank you.
I'll take just two more so that we make progress. The Honorable Member for Pemba.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, We appreciate that at one point you asked the honorable members to submit a list of areas that are in their need for construction of these communication towers. Honorable Minister, from the time these lists were submitted, we have not received a feedback as to which sites have been approved. Do you at any time think of updating this August House as to which sites have been approved so that the honorable members will help in terms of monitoring, so that if there is any challenge, you can be notified? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister, please lay the document on the table. The Minister of Information. Can you please lay the document on the table? The Honorable Member for Mukushi North, you seem to have a burning point of order.
Madam Speaker, not really a burning, but a procedural point of order. Madam Speaker, this House is a house of rules. Just 4 days ago, Honorable Nixon Chirangwa wanted to lay the documents, the newspapers, on the floor of the House, on the table. They were rejected. Today, we have admitted unverified documents. Do we have different laws in this House or standing orders which are being applied to the ruling and standing orders that are applied to the opposition? I seek your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Member. The procedure is stated in the standing orders. How I wished the Honorable Member, if you had a complaint against what transpired that day, you should have raised a point of order. Because now the way you are doing it, it's like you are bringing now the presiding officer on the spot and also showing the country as if the presiding officer is very biased. Can you please write a written complaint? Because you are complaining about what happened when a particular member of parliament was using a newspaper. I don't know whether it was a newspaper or a document that was not accepted. Write a written complaint. It will be attended to. Otherwise, the rules are in the standing orders and they apply to all the members of parliament. There is no question about that. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Pemba rightly said, literally all the honorable members submitted their requests in terms of where they wanted the towers to be planted. And the next thing that we did, Madam Speaker, is that we sent teams to the constituents to carry out a survey to ensure that we optimize in terms of where the towers must be planted. The list that we're going to provide to Parliament will include specifically where each and every tower will be planted in the constituency. And this will be based on ensuring maximum coverage in the constituency. So the Honourable Member of Parliament for Pemba, that information is going to be submitted to Parliament next week, showing precisely where your towers or tower is going to be planted. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I haven't seen the newspaper, the document. It has been brought. Thank you so much. Sorry for that. The last member, the Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people of Lundazi are grateful for this chance to ask a follow-up question to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology. Honorable Minister, before we closed Parliament last time, you came and gave us a similar ministerial statement talking about the towers. Your people came to Lundazi, they surveyed. In the course of this sitting, we asked you, when are these people going to start working on our towers? Your answer was there are people on the ground. Now, Honorable Minister, the people of Chintuta, whilst taking care of their patients, are failing to communicate to the people in the village or even their relatives here. The question that I have for you, how sure are we that now when we close, we are going to have contractors, especially in Lundazi, putting up these communication towers in Nyangwe, Likwizizi, and also at Chintuta Hospital, where people are failing to communicate? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question from the Honorable Member of Parliament for Lundazi. What we have said and said consistently, and including in this statement, is that we are going to provide you constituents by constituents where the towers will be planted, including the time frame, including the contact person where you need to raise queries, including the contractor that has been given the assignment, so that you can assist us as a Member of Parliament to monitor progress, or where there's no progress, there is a specific person that you can get back to. We have 546 towers that we want to plant this year. So in order to ensure that that exercise is properly executed, that is why we have come up with providing information to you honorable members, including Lundazi, to help us to check and monitor. So your assistance in this regard is going to be valuable. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I have further permitted the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to make a ministerial statement.
Madam Speaker, let me thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a ministerial statement on government decision to temporarily suspend mass enrollment on the Integrated National Registration Information Systems, INRIS. The INRIS is the National and Civil Registration Management Information System, which is intended to provide biometric-enabled national registration cards and issuance of birth and death certificates by the Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security through the Department of National Registration, Passports and Citizenship. Madam Speaker, the Ministry is, among others, charged with the responsibility of conducting national and civil registration. In addition, the Ministry is mandated to issue travel documents and facilitate acquisition of citizenship. The mandate is derived from the National Registration Act Cap 126, Passport Act number 28 of 2016, Citizenship Act number 33 of 2016, Birth and Death Registration Act Cap 51, Marriage Act Cap 50, and the Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022 of the laws of Zambia. National registration covers registration of all eligible persons and issuing them with appropriate national registration cards as legal identity in accordance with the National Registration Act, Chapter 126 of the laws of Zambia. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that the development of the INRIS has been completed and the hardware connectivity configurations has been set up. The INRIS has also been successfully deployed in 81 districts. The House may also wish to note that mass enrollment for those obtaining national registration cards commenced in 6 provinces, namely Copperbelt, Central, Luapula, Northwestern, and Southern provinces, which consist of capturing of biometrics. The INRIS is also being used for registration of births and issuance of birth certificates. The exercise is estimated to cost a total of 2,006,584,400 kwacha. This includes deployment of the system to district offices, enrollment of citizens through routine and mobile registration, as well as issuance of cards. Madam Speaker, the destruction caused by the prolonged drying spells threatens national food security as well as water and energy supply. In view of these challenges, Madam Speaker, the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, has declared the drought a national disaster and emergency. The President has since guided that the 2024 national budget should be realigned so that more resources could be channeled towards addressing the impact of the drought. It is against this background, Madam Speaker, that the new Dawn administration has temporarily, I repeat, has temporarily suspended mass enrollment on the INRIS to free up resources towards addressing the impact of the drought. Madam Speaker, we are living in difficult times and difficult decisions have to be made. The country has had to deal with huge domestic and external debt. Economic recovery is still sluggish and growth rates remains feeble. The country is just emerging from the negative impacts of the cholera epidemic that ravaged most communities and required colossal amounts of resources to manage. As if that is not enough, Madam Speaker, climate change is already a key source of socio-economic vulnerability. The country has to deal with the worst drought in our living memory. The lack of rainfall will not only affect industry and agriculture, but the water supplies of hundreds of thousands of people, such as climate shocks, are unprecedented for us. They call for bold, rational decisions to emerge stronger. Madam Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I wish to reiterate that the issuance of birth certificates and the other civil registry through the INRIS shall continue. For avoidance of doubt, I repeat, I wish to reiterate that the issuance of birth certificates and other civil registries through the INRIS shall continue. Citizens are therefore encouraged to register all births and deaths to the Department of National Registration, Passports and Citizenship. Madam Speaker, finally, once the suspension is lifted, I would like to reassure the nation through this August House that the Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security will do its best in ensuring that all citizens and eligible residents are uniquely identified to promote internal security and also to enhance service delivery by both government and the private sector. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarifications on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The people of Solwezi East would like to find out from the Minister. Minister, you have stated that the registration shall continue and also that it has to promote national security. And coming from a border constituency, when your people were on the ground conducting the registration, vast as Shindamo district is, they allocated very few days in those far-flung areas and wards, and very few of our villagers or citizens were able to register. Now, in this continued registration, are you going to give them more days so that they're able to cover as many people in these rural constituencies as possible so that they are not disadvantaged? As you may be aware, our rural areas, especially Northwestern, were disadvantaged. Where you have 120,000 people, you only find 40,000 registering, and worse off, when it came to voter registration, less than 20,000 registered. Madam Speaker, I hope the Minister has gotten my question.
Yes, let's avoid debating the question. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to reassure my colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Solwezi East, and colleagues in this House and members of the public, that we are not suspending the issuance of the legacy national registration card. The current card, which is in circulation, will continue being issued to eligible Zambians. And we are going to continue providing the services through mobile processes. I do recall, Madam Speaker, that in the era prior to the elections in 2021, the national registration issuance in Northwestern Province and Western Province were abruptly stopped. As a result, a number of our people could not access national registration cards. And as a result, they were disenfranchised. It is therefore incumbent upon us as government to ensure that we provide national identity cards in Northwestern and Western Province and other areas that could not access national registration cards. You may be aware that in 2026 we'll be having elections. It therefore follows that we will be moving in areas that require national registration cards. We will do mobile registration cards to ensure that people get the requisite cards. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kanchiviya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, Honorable Minister. Indeed, tough times call for tough decisions, Just to find out if this is the only component from the budget for Home Affairs and Internal Security that would be deferred because of the issues that we have to attend to at national level. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Not at all, Madam Speaker. There will be other components that will be affected. As you have heard from the Minister of Finance and the President, where a direction was given that we should relook at our budgets and ensure that those budgets that are not urgent be relooked at and maybe defer them to next year. We'll still come back through the Minister of Finance to the House.
The Honorable Member for Lufubu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you are doing a very good job. But it should also be realized that the people who go on the ground, your officers, there are times they do not do their work diligently. I have an example in my constituency, Lufubu constituency. They went and had one point where they were issuing those NRCs from, meaning other people should move 50 kilometers and 70 kilometers some to go and register, which really makes it difficult. What are you doing as we go forward to make sure that these, even just going word by word, they should do that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I take note the issue you have raised. Honorable Member for Lufubu. Thank you. Sorry about that. I want to assure the nation through this Hawker's House that once we do the mobile national registration cards, we'll be going word by word. We don't want our people to be disenfranchised as we are progressing towards the 2026 elections. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The last member, the Honorable Member for Bangweulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Bangweulu, Minister, last year in December, there was a mobile issuance of electronic NRCs for 40 days. It actually came in the rain season, and 100,000 people were targeted for that exercise. At the end of 40 days, only 19,000 residents were captured by the statistics that we saw at the district office. And most of the people couldn't manage because it was during rain season and farming season. So is there a possibility of the team to go back to Bangweulu constituents to do the mobile issuance of electronic NRCs? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable colleague, I would like to confirm that that was just an initial process of ignoring people on the INRIS in Bangweulu. Our officers will still get back to Bangweulu to ensure that everyone who's eligible is on the INRIS when we recommence the process.
Thank you. The last ministerial statement. I have furthermore permitted the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I go into the ministerial statement, I would like to join a lot of Zambians and also members of Parliament in congratulating His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia,
and his team for number one, successfully attracting an investor into the Mopani mine and thereby resuscitating the mine. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia and his team of Minister of Finance and the rest for successfully restructuring. In fact, Madam Speaker, one person in one of the daily tabloids from the previous government was saying that why we could also have negotiated or restructured that debt. Madam Speaker, meaning why didn't you do it all that time? Because you are quoted as having said, Akainde tetiachite economics yako yabufi. Meaning, Madam Speaker, they were saying Akainde can't do it. President Akainde Ichilema can't do it because his economics is fake. I would like to congratulate the President for having successfully restructured Zambia's debt, and we are headed for good things. Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to render a ministerial statement to the House and the nation at large on International Resources Holdings Limited investment in Mopani Copper Mines PLC. The International Resource Holdings, headquartered in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, a subsidiary of the International Holding Company, pursues a mine-to-market strategy that aims to invest in the future of people and the planet by responsibly securing critical minerals and materials and contributing to developing the potential of people. They are a dynamic natural resources extractive company with a portfolio of diverse metals and minerals operating in the entire mining value chain. The company prioritizes the highest safety standards for both its personnel and operations and is committed to generating value within the countries and communities it partners with. Currently, Madam Speaker, IRH maintains operations or prospects across several countries, including Angola, Burundi, the DRC, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. Madam Speaker, on the 23rd of February 2024, the shareholders of ZCCM Investments Holding PLC approved the transaction facilitating the investment of up to 1.1 billion capital in Mopani by IRH through its wholly owned subsidiary Delta Mining Limited. The investment represents 51% interest in Mopani by way of a strategic partnership with ZCCMIH. The investment will comprise $620 million in new equity capital, $100 million in settlement of existing third-party letters of credit, and $380 million of shareholder loans. So far, Madam Speaker, $220 million has already come in as working capital to go towards liquidating overdue payments for suppliers and contractors. It is important to note that ZCCM did not sell any of its shares to Delta, but Delta subscribed for new shares in Mopani. In line with the shareholders' agreement, the composition of the board will be as follows: IRH 5, ZCCMH 3, and GRZ 1. Madam Speaker, the investment by RH of $1.1 billion includes financing Mopani's project development plan by providing working capital and restructuring the Glencore existing debt burden. The investment will facilitate Mopani's growth objectives to achieve its copper cathode production target of 225,000 tons per annum over the next 4 to 5 years. inevitably, Mopani's success will have a positive multiplier effect not only on the Copper Belt, but across the Zambian economy as a whole. Further, in collaboration with the government and as part of the transaction, IRH has agreed that no redundancies will be undertaken at Mopani, other than performance-related employee issues in the ordinary course of business. Madam Speaker, IRH, I want to repeat this, that IRH has agreed that no redundancies will be undertaken at Mopani other than performance-related employee issues in the ordinary course of business. Madam Speaker, IRH has also committed to work with ZCCMIH and Mopani to optimize local supply chains to benefit the Zambian economy and ensure that inter alia Mopani will continue to be managed by the existing local management. I'll repeat that as well. IRH has committed to work with ZCCMIH and Mopani to optimize local supply chains to benefit the Zambian economy and ensure that inter alia Mopani will continue to be managed by the existing local management teams. This point, Madam Speaker, underscores the vision of President Hakainde Hichilema and the New Dawn government of supporting local Zambians. The belief that this government has in the fact that Zambia has been mining since the 1900s, and therefore we have the human resource and capacity to be able to run a mine successfully, which they have done under difficult conditions, Madam Speaker, before IRH came into Mopani. Mopani's existing corporate social responsibility initiatives will continue to receive funding, support, including its investments in, among others, local schools, hospitals, sports club, teams like Nkana Football Club, Mighty Mufria Wanderers. They'll continue to support, and other sporting disciplines, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to stress that the New Dawn government, under the able leadership of His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, is focused on ensuring that Zambians on the Copper Belt province and the country at large will realize maximum benefits from the investment made in Mopani through job creation, supply of goods and services, and increased government revenue. As I conclude, I wish to reiterate that Zambia's aspiration to become a prosperous middle-income country by 2030, as outlined in the Vision 2030 and operationalized in the 2022 to 2026 8th National Development Plan, will be achieved through the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development contribution to economic transformation and job creation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement made by the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much once again, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and congratulations for the job well done. For us, we'll be praising where it is due. And we don't care what will be called, because it's for the people of Zambia. It's not for me or my children. It's for the people out there. Now, Honorable Minister, this message you have sent to the people out there is very encouraging. But it's also under threat, because you have been accused that you have not followed the Constitution. You have been accused of breaching the Constitution, and that this transaction will be reversed. Now, for those that are listening right now, who you have assured will not be retrenched in this very difficult economic time, and for me, as patron of Mighty Mufria Wanderers, who you have assured that Maite will be funded and many other sporting disciplines in our district. What is the real position in terms of this accusation that government has not followed the Constitution, or indeed there is a breach that government has carried out? Because this does not only threaten the Zambian people who are looking forward to doing business and working, but also the investor and the confidence that we are putting at risk. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and thank you for the accolades you have given the government of President Hakainde Hichilema over this deal. Madam Speaker, government does not operate, it's not, run by just one person. Government has several wings. And because our government is so methodical and well organized, when we were doing these transactions, we had teams in place. Those who were looking at the legal due diligence, the technical due diligence, financial due diligence around this deal, to make sure that as we make a decision, we do not break the law.
Correct.
We have the chief legal advisor of government, who is the Attorney General, and he gave his opinion. And we, various wings, including, yes, environment. Madam Speaker, there is no sale that has taken place. I know they are referring to Article 210. I remember that I always sign consents of transfer of shares. I haven't done that because there is no sale. So, not to worry, Zambians, we have followed the law. You are very safe. Mopani will continue running. Those that are peddling lies, let them continue. Meaning, Madam Speaker, whoever is crying, just let them cry. At the end of the day, they'll get tired and stop crying. That's why they've been lying that Mopani has been sold for $130 million. Nothing can be further from the truth, including lying that President Hakainde has sold Mopani to himself. That just say thank you and sit down. If you have nothing to say, that's what it means, Madam Speaker. Just keep quiet. Because we told you we'll resolve these matters, and we have resolved them. And even KCM will be resolved. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, the word lies, if you can replace it with another word, just that word is unparliamentary in the context it was used.
Madam Speaker, saying things that you don't understand.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister of Mines, for a very long time, issues of social corporate responsibilities, issues of local content, namely the opportunities for suppliers and contractors, have been spoken about as what would bring about real benefits to the locals. I just want to ask or suggest, or I'm wondering whether this time around, this is not just a mere gentleman's agreement, but there's a signed-up agreement on how this new investor is going to handle these so that people are guaranteed. My substantive question, Madam Speaker, Honorable Minister, you've intimated to this August House that the new partner is bringing $1.1 billion. Please do break down to us, because in that component we are aware that the contractor is expected to pay off the negotiated debt, and part of that will go towards finishing up the projects that were embarked on by Glencore, and part of it will go towards now recapital, or rather pushing in capital, operational capital. Please, the $1.1 billion, kindly break it down to us. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that question. He has touched a very important point, Madam Speaker, which I'll use my time to talk about and then respond to his question. Madam Speaker, when we were doing the negotiations, a team of ministers and also the technical team, we had the scorecard. And in the scorecard, when we were scoring these various, companies that had expressed interest, one of the key things was ESG. Now, ESG means the environmental aspect, then the social aspect, then governance, how you govern the mine, that is ESG. So on the social, we were scoring people on how, for example, they intend to keep in Kana Football Club. And Mighty, of course. And, no. We also used to look at, Madam Speaker, how are they going to look at communities around them. That was part of the scorecard. And it is embedded in the agreement. So if they don't do it, we invoke the law. Because it is in the agreement. We have agreed that this must be taken care of. It's actually a motivator to high productivity. And they are very aware. In fact, for IRH, they have given serious conditions of issues of child labor. They have gone beyond that to say we don't want to see children mining around even small mines. So they are quite a serious people in terms of CSR programs. They have emphasized communities. It is one of the reasons they scored very high on that aspect. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether the Honorable Member was in the House, because in my statement, I've broken down the 1.1 billion. I gave 620 million. That will come as equity, Madam Speaker. It is not coming as a loan. It's equity. Number two, Madam Speaker, we are paying Glencore. We have said Glencore was owed and I want to clear, because the other time I was listening to my colleague who was being heckled about the figures that he gave. You were quite on point, Honorable Member. When Mopani was negotiated, it was sold for $1 with a debt of $1.5 billion. Because of interest, it went to $1.7 billion. When we were negotiating, it's like they gave with one hand and grabbed with the other. So when we were negotiating, we were very categorical with Glencore. And I may not go into the details, but we were very clear as government that whatever happened was criminal. So can we negotiate this thing downwards? And we negotiated down to 396 million. So when you add 396, which is almost 400 million, to the 620, it gives you $1 billion. No, it gives you $1 billion. Then there is $100 million in settlement of existing third-party letters of credit, which makes it 1.1. Now, that money is being paid so that Glencore gets off our backs. And for now, Glencore is no longer around Mopani. They are gone. So that money, the 400 that was paid to Glencore, is being treated as an investment because it has to be gotten back. It is a loan, basically. And that is what I said in the statement. So that is what is making the 1.1. But exciting, Madam Speaker, is the fact that here comes an investor who says, here is 620 million. Meaning, this is our money, both of us, Madam Speaker, even when you have not added anything. And that 620 will be in Mopani as equity. It will not be a debt. That is what is exciting about it. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central, you are the only lady.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. In fact, the question that I wanted to ask was somehow related to Honorable Binwa, but I think I didn't hear it being answered on the part of the suppliers on the agreement that if we have any concrete agreement, because in the past we find that certain threshold of contracts were made for the foreigners, others were for the locals. So what is the threshold that you are putting in place for the locals in terms of suppliers? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, because this government is led by a smart president, we have negotiated, yes, and it is embedded in the agreement. But the issue of threshold is very important. That's why this government is now working on a local content law that will compel mining companies to give a certain threshold of businesses to Zambians. Madam Speaker, we are looking at quantums of business. Sometimes we realize as government that you can have 1,000 companies dealing with Mopani who are local, but getting maybe just $1 million business. Then 3 companies that are foreign are getting maybe $10 million business. 3 of them against the 1,000. You can talk about the numbers of companies, and that is why we want to make sure that we do a local content law that will now have a threshold. So that is being taken care of, Honorable Member. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was somewhat almost disturbed by something in the diggers. Says Lungu has taught us a death lesson. Next time when a politician says he has no vision, believe him. Anyway, that is something aside my question.
What is your question, Honorable Member? What is the question?
My question, Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Mines. Yes, indeed, we know that there's the local content policy, and you have just alluded to the fact that this government, led by a visionary president, a smart president, you are working on that local content law. When is it coming to Parliament so that we can pass it quickly? We can't wait to actually see this law so that the local content law is passed and our local suppliers are protected by law. When is it coming, Honorable Minister?
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Like I said, the way government operates as it stands now, justice is going through the document so that we don't do illegal things. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll get to the last 2. The Honorable Member for Lukasha and the Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Finance. Minister, the resulting investment in Mopani now has significantly changed from what used to obtain previously. Previously, the government portfolio was slightly lower, but the government used to retain what was called a golden share, to which you could have recourse in the event the mining investment goes into jeopardy. I just want to find out from this government, what is the current policy of this government on the golden share? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I'm very glad that the Honorable Member of Parliament from the Patriotic Front has raised this issue. Because when we took over power, we were so shocked that our colleagues had actually neglected the golden share. It was completely off the table. And we were so shocked. Yes, even at least we could have remained with it because it helps control certain things. And this government, that's why meaning, Madam Speaker, we didn't even waste time to reinstate the policy of this government is that golden share must always be there in the mining sector or in the mining companies where government is present. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
Most grateful, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one important thing is that the Minister of Mines is a copper belt-based individual.
He has seen the good days of Kitwe, Mufrira, Chingola, Chirabombwe, including Rwanchi as well, together with Kalulushi. The other most important thing, Madam Speaker, is the team of experts at the Mopani Copper Mines, headed by the CEO, Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Sakanya. These guarantee men, Madam Speaker, they have kept the mine even under very, very difficult conditions. They made sure the mine survived. It's a great combination indeed. Very rare Zambians that need to be applauded. Kudos goes to you, Honorable Minister, and the President for this successful milestone. An ordinary person, Honorable Minister, in Osakire, in Mufrila, Kankoyo, Kantanshi. What would be the ripple effect? What do you anticipate to see in terms of changing people's lives? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I've grown up on the Copper Belt. Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that. That question can take the whole day to be talked about, because number one, when you see the depression, Madam Speaker, of the Copper Belt, of the mining sector, it actually reflects the whole country. Because those who were there before us, they didn't know that killing the mining sector is actually killing the economy. So, what we are expecting, Honorable Member and Madam Speaker, through you, first and foremost, direct jobs, people to be paid properly. And I join you in congratulating Charles Sakanya and his team for how they've sustained that asset under difficult conditions. I'll say the same for the KCM team when the ministerial statement on KCM comes, because it's on the way. We congratulate them under difficult conditions, and they were working under serious political pressure, because they've told us what was happening. Madam Speaker, apart from direct jobs and quality jobs for that matter, is the indirect jobs of suppliers and contractors. That is critical, Madam Speaker, and this government has said we will be engaging especially contractors. We don't want you to pay slave wages to our people in Kitwe, in Mufulira. We want these towns to come back to life. So, and that is why we were quite serious, Honorable Member, on issues of CSR, the issues of ESG, the social aspect. Because our people, Madam Speaker, have realized that these minerals are meant for them, for their livelihoods. And that is why we are partnering with people who have like minds, so that they don't come to enslave our people, but bring conditions that will bring revival to the lives of our people around these towns and the country in general. And when we have that, Honorable Member, it means that the person selling vitumbua, the favorite delicacy for the Honorable Minister of Finance, the person on the street selling vitumbua, the taxi driver,
what is vitumbua?
Vitumbua fritters, Madam Speaker.
Oh.
Or donuts. The people, Madam Speaker, who are in Sokone or in Kankoyo, the taxi driver will now have they'll feel the impact, because they'll be busy transporting people. Those that run private schools, they'll feel the impact. It will be a big effect on Mufulira. Sports, you don't even talk about it. Because right now, sports, Madam Speaker, football is a source of livelihood. So we want our players to be properly remunerated, both for Maite and for Nkana. And even other sporting disciplines, we want to see squash, tennis, badminton, table tennis, rugby. We want to see all these sports
resuscitated. And it is when these mining companies are doing well and making profits, that's when we are going to see that impact. And that is what Mopani brings to the table. We are looking forward, Madam Speaker, and we are so excited. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kankoyo. Unfortunately, the time for the Minister is finished. We can't go any further. I'm sorry about that. I think you can visit. Sorry about it. Pardon? We've already ruled. Notice of motion. The Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the ratification of the international agreement for the establishment of the Africa Finance Corporation and its constitutive instruments.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the motion is seconded.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Ron. The question is that this House to adopt the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the ratification of the international agreement for the establishment of the Africa Finance Corporation and its constitutive instruments, namely the Charter, the Establishment Agreement, and the Headquarters Agreement for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Monday, 25th March 2024. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with its terms of reference as set out under Standing Orders 197J and 198 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, the committee considered the international agreement for the establishment of the Africa Finance Corporation and its constitutive instruments. Madam Speaker, I wish to put it on record that the committee is in support of the proposal to ratify the agreement. It is confident that the corporation would assist in tackling Zambia's substantial infrastructural deficit by funding projects with considerable development benefits, thereby fostering economic growth. Madam Speaker, during the consideration of the agreement, a number of issues caught the committee's attention. Based on these issues, the committee made some observations and recommendations which are documented in the report. However, let me highlight some of the committee's observations and recommendations. Madam Speaker, the committee observes that each member state is required to amend its legislation to grant preferential treatment to the AFC, including exemptions from taxes, levies, fees, and regulatory oversight, in exchange for support for industrial development. Madam Speaker, considering that the proposal for tax exemptions is likely to shrink the revenue tax base for the government, it is important as a matter of urgency to assess the potential benefits of ratifying the international agreement for the establishment of the Africa Finance Corporation. The committee therefore recommends that a cost-benefit analysis be conducted to evaluate whether Zambia will make positive gains from such an agreement. Furthermore, the committee suggests seeking clarity on the exemptions granted to the African Finance Corporation to prevent financial institutions from externalizing profits at Zambia's expense and ensuring that the immunities granted to the AFC do not conflict with the existing Zambian laws. Madam Speaker, the committee notes with concern that the agreement lacks clarity regarding the allocation of capital to member states when their central bank or designated entity joins the AFC on behalf of the government. The committee further notes that the conditions governing an entity's membership have not been prescribed in the agreement. Madam Speaker, to address this concern, the committee recommends that due diligence be conducted to determine the manner of allocation of share capital to newly joined member states, and to understand the challenges arising from the AFC's unique governance structure. In addition, the committee suggests that the government should assess the extent of its influence on decision-making by purchasing shares in the AFC to maximize benefits from the agreement. Madam Speaker, while acknowledging the importance of ratifying the agreement, the committee fears that this may increase Zambia's reliance on external financing, which will ultimately expose the countries to risks associated with global financial markets, fluctuations, and changes in donor priorities. To mitigate this dependency, the committee recommends that the government should diversify revenue sources by enhancing domestic revenue through tax reforms, increasing non-tax revenue streams, and promoting economically sustainable activities. Madam Speaker, the committee also recognizes that accessing financing from institutions like the AFC may increase Zambia's debt burden, posing concerns about debt sustainability and long-term fiscal stability. In view of the foregoing, the committee recommends that the government should establish limits on borrowing relative to the gross domestic product and ensure that borrowing funds are invested in productive ventures with clear economic returns. Madam Speaker, allow me to conclude by stating that the committee supports the ratification of the international agreement for the establishment of the Africa Finance Corporation and its constitutive instruments, and urges the House to support the ratification too. However, it also holds the view that the decision to join the African Finance Corporation brings forth a blend of opportunities and challenges. In order to ensure that the country reaps the maximum benefits and effectively navigate the hurdles, it is strongly recommended that the government implements a well-structured process for conducting thorough due diligence and risk assessments for the projects funded and loans obtained through the AFC, considering their private nature. Finally, Madam Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to the witnesses that interacted with the committee for the valuable insights that they provided. Gratitude also goes to you, Madam Speaker, and the clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia for the guidance and support rendered to the committee throughout its deliberations. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the good people of Ron constituency to second the motion that has been raised by the able chair lady of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the subject matter. Madam Speaker, my role will just be to highlight 1, 2, 3, or 4 points that has not been mentioned by the chairperson on this constitutive instruments agreement. Madam Speaker, firstly, in supporting the motion, the ratification, it is important to establish what benefits will come with this ratification to the country. Madam Speaker, your committee heard from some stakeholders that this African Finance Corporation will be exempted from paying levies, taxes, and other revenues that are supposed to be paid to the government. The committee is worried about this, Madam Speaker, as this will deprive the country of the much-needed revenue. Madam Speaker, given the potential impact of the proposal for tax exemptions on reducing government revenue, it is actually imperative to urgently, Madam Speaker, evaluate the advantages of endorsing the international agreement to establish the African Finance Corporation. Madam Speaker, this is as a result of the exemptions that were proposed to be given to this AFC. Madam Speaker, your committee is therefore suggesting that conducting a cost-benefit analysis, as the chairperson has said, to determine whether Zambia stands to gain positively through such an agreement. Madam Speaker, what it means is that whatever finances that will be brought into the country in forms of loans by the AFC, the monies and the interest shall be externalized from this country without government benefiting any forms of revenue in terms of taxes and levies. Madam Speaker, secondly, there are fears, Madam Speaker, that these exemptions will grant the AFC an avenue, as I have said, to externalize profits at the expense of Zambian gain. Madam Speaker, in this regard, it is essential to ensure that the immunities granted to the AFC do not conflict with the existing laws that are in the current, that are currently in force. Madam Speaker, thirdly, I want to point to the issue of which the committee also expressed concern, which is great concerns regarding Zambia's dependence on external financing. Madam Speaker, we have been so dependent on external financing, and this is not the only institution that gives this country monies. We have the ADB, we have the other institutions. So some of the stakeholders, Madam Speaker, witnesses reported that this will give the country a wider range of selection in terms of comparisons of what kind of interest or otherwise that is to be paid, but there was a concern that this country is so much dependent on external financing. Madam Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that the government should diversify revenue resources through tax reforms, and that will enhance non-tax revenue streams and promoting economically sustainable activities. Madam Speaker, there is potential in natural resources like royalties. Zambia possesses such natural resources such as copper, cobalt, and other minerals. Madam Speaker, increasing royalties and effectively managing the extraction and sale of these resources can indeed generate substantial revenue for the government. Madam Speaker, another sector that we looked at was the agriculture sector, and promoting and investing in the agriculture sector can indeed provide significant revenue, Madam Speaker, which will be streamed through taxation of agriculture products, land use fees, and indeed agriculture exports. These are other areas, Madam Speaker, that your committee looked at as some of the sources of revenue for the government. Madam Speaker, the other area that we looked at was tourism, that Zambia boosts diverse wildlife natural attractions such as the Victoria Falls and cultural heritage sites. Then developing the tourism industry, Madam Speaker, can generate equally more revenue through entry fees, accommodation taxes, and sales of goods and services to the tourists. Madam Speaker, manufacturing industry was also not exempted, as encouraging industry growth and manufacturing can also lead to increased tax revenue from corporate taxes, value-added tax, and indeed tariffs on imported goods. Madam Speaker, lastly, the committee recognizes that obtaining finances from institutions such as the AFC could potentially increase Zambia's debt burden. Madam Speaker, we are currently recognizing the efforts of the government in renegotiating the debt burden that we have, and we do not want the country to go back to be debt burden. Madam Speaker, this raised concerns about debt sustainability. Considering this point, the committee recommends diversifying revenue streams, Madam Speaker. Apart from taxes, Madam Speaker, the government can explore alternative revenue sources such as fees, royalties, and licenses from sectors like mining, agriculture, tourism, and telecommunications as areas stated in my comments, Madam Speaker. This diversification, Madam Speaker, will provide a stable income stream and reduce reliance on borrowing. Madam Speaker, the committee supports the ratification of the international agreement for the establishment of the African Finance Corporation and its constitutive instruments, and urges the House to support the ratification 2. However, Madam Speaker, the House is urged to take into consideration the recommendations from your committee. Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, I beg to support and move the motion and support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Information and Media Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to ventilate a few ideas on the motion on the floor of this House. And I see that it's a very technical matter. So the PF UCA have run away from the House. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
I'm sure it was on a lighter note because I can see a number of PF members in the House. You may continue, Honorable Minister. There are some members who are there as well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am debating in my stead as Member of Parliament for Choma on this particular score. I just wanted to, first of all, thank the mover for the able manner in which she moved the motion, and the second, and proceed, Madam Speaker, to indicate that I fully and wholeheartedly support this motion. Madam Speaker, what this motion seeks to achieve is directly in sync with the vision of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, in terms of realigning the global financial setup. Not too long ago, Madam Speaker, the President in Paris, in a conversation with his fellow global leaders, called for the realignment of the global financial systems to afford Africa an opportunity to access affordable capital. The creation of the AFC, Madam Speaker, is one of those solutions that are homegrown in nature, that as African leaders are calling on the world and the global leaders to relook and rethink the global financial setup, Africa is not just seated by. Africa homegrown solutions are being brought on board to ensure that we begin to respond to our own predicament and situation as a way of showing that what our leaders on the continent, what the President of the Republic of Zambia, President Hakainde Hichilema, is calling for is actually tenable. So the AFC provides an alternative, Madam Speaker, to some of the already existing infrastructure, financial infrastructure setup, such as the Africa Development Bank, in creating a platform for African countries to access affordable capital. Further, Madam Speaker, what is interesting about the AFC is that member states who will subscribe to this particular setup, Madam Speaker, do not only just have an opportunity just to be a borrower, there is an opportunity also to buy in shares, so that as you borrow, you are also a shareholder, you are part of the business. In the like manner, we do have a local lending system which has become so popular, called village banking, where you are borrowing from amongst your own peers, a fund which you have put in a central calabash. You are borrowing, you are paying an interest, but at the end of the day, you are also getting a dividend because you are part of the business. This is what this motion seeks to propose. And I see, Madam Speaker, nothing wrong in supporting this kind of initiative. Further, Madam Speaker, the President at the AU a few weeks ago called on such infrastructure or institutions on the continent to be created in order to enhance the way Africa trade is conducted. The President of the Republic of Zambia called for continental homegrown institutions to come up to manage Africa's economy. The President referred in part, Madam Speaker, to the way global institutions rate the economies of Africa and contended that Africa's economies are underrated, thereby giving African economy a higher risk profile and therefore exposure to expensive and unaffordable capital, inhibiting capacity of Africa to grow. So when you begin now to see that African institutions are beginning to emerge, this House, Madam Speaker, has no good reason why we cannot support such kind of an initiative. It speaks squarely to the vision of President HH. No wonder, Madam Speaker, this president has been rated among the top 5 performing presidents. Because just after he made these pronouncements at the AU, we now have this motion. We have a visionary president, and we call upon all well-meaning Zambians to rally around and support this particular president. Just like the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kadanshi has said, when a good thing has happened, we must all be able to celebrate it, because it is not for you, PND, it is not for a particular individual, it is for Zambia. It is in that good spirit, Honorable Anthony Mumba, that as Member of Parliament for Choma, I join the mover of the motion in supporting this good motion which has been moved on the floor of the House, that Zambia must accordingly move in the direction of the motion as presented before the floor of this august House. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, but maybe to remind the Minister that according to Standing Orders number 57.7, a minister will always debate as a minister, not as a member of Parliament for a specified constituency. The Honorable, I don't know if there's any minister to respond. We're not given a name. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Committee on the National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters for producing this detailed report on the ratification of the international agreement for the establishment of the Africa Finance Corporation and its constitutive instruments, namely the Charter, the Establishment Agreement, and the Headquarters Agreement. This review is important because it enables the Treasury to get feedback on the decision whether Zambia should ratify these constitutive agreements, which will allow for the country to become a member of the cooperation. I've taken note of the observations raised by the committee. I've also taken note of the recommendations of the need for government to seek clarity with regard to the exemptions that the AFC will enjoy in order to avoid the practice of financial institutions externalizing profits at the expense of Zambia. Madam Speaker, the Africa Finance Corporation is an international institution with full jurisdiction, with full legal personality and legal capacity to carry out its operations. it shall have the legal status and enjoy the immunities, privileges and facilities and concessions provided in the establishment agreement. This is also a similar standing in the host country agreement with the African Development Bank. These institutions are accorded these privileges as they are offering a service to Zambia in the form of financial support and not production. As such, we are not in a position to tax them when they do not have any form of production. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that, in fact, this is a standard not just for the African Finance Corporation and the African Development Bank. It's the same thing with the World Bank and several other multilateral financing institutions. Considering that the Africa Financial Corporation is a development financial institution with a mandate of advancing infrastructure financing in Africa through a range of services that includes debt, equity, project development and financial advisory and treasury management, levying of taxes on this institution and these activities would make the concession of financing resources costs to increase to cover the taxes. The committee also recommends that a benchmarking exercise be undertaken to other supranational corporations and a cost-benefit analysis be conducted to determine whether or not Zambia will obtain greater benefits from ratifying the international agreements that outweigh the costs or outweigh the loss of taxation and other potential revenue programs. I wish to inform the House that to address the concern raised by the committee, government is undertaking a rationalization exercise on the institutions that Zambia has membership to. The aim of the rationalization exercise is to ensure that Zambia is getting its value for money by being a member. I've taken note of the committee's recommendation that due diligence on how much share capital is to be allocated to the newly joined member states must be concluded, as the agreement does not expressly stipulate how much capital is to be assigned to member states. Madam, let me take this opportunity to clarify to the House that what members contribute is what they will be used to purchase shares, which indeed form a part of the corporation's capital, as is the case for the World Bank and the African Development Bank. In seeking for approval to join the AFC, our recommendation was to purchase shares at a time when Zambia's financial situation is able to accommodate such a purchase. Therefore, I wish to assure the House that when the time to purchase shares comes, approval shall be sought. Further, allow me to point out that when we compare what Zambia pays to the World Bank and the African Development Bank, these amounts are normally minimal compared to the financing that the country is able to access from them. I've taken the committee's advice for government to establish to what extent the country will have influence in terms of decision-making as a result of buying of shares. I would like to inform the House that when the government decides to be a shareholder, the country automatically has a voice as a shareholder. I will further take a note of the committee's recommendation that Zambia should reduce its reliance on external financing by diversifying its revenue sources and boosting domestic revenue through tax reform. I wish to agree with the committee that indeed government needs to reduce heavy reliance on borrowing. However, Madam Speaker, it is actually important that government does attract as much capital from abroad as she can, of course not through borrowing, but through investments. And indeed, this is what has made the difference between countries in Asia and those in Africa, because the Asian countries have managed to attract more investments compared to ourselves. When you look at the total banking system of Zambia, consolidate the balance sheet, the total financial pool in these commercial banks, which of course reflects what Zambians have, because it is us who puts money in these banks. When you consolidate all that, the amount involved is actually very small by world standards. So if we're to say to ourselves that we shall only utilize financial resources within the country, it means that it will take a very long time for us to be able to develop our country. So as long as we avoid debt but attract investment, that is actually a positive thing. And I believe that this institution, by being located in Zambia, will put Zambia on the limelight, put Zambia on the map of the world, and it will be in a better position to attract foreign investment. And finally, I must add that, in fact, this institution is one of those that are closely looking at the possibility of contributing to the investment in the Lobito Corridor railway line. So it is actually a very strategic partner to have in our country. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mwandi wind-up debate.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker, for all that I've debated in support of our report. I should make mention, Madam Speaker, on this technical report, I missed the voice of Honourable Kampyong. I was waiting, I was looking forward to seeing him debate on this technical report, but I don't know what has happened. he has not. Madam Speaker, like indicated by the debaters, what the committee is seeking to do is to make sure that Africa also are not spectators in resolving the issues that we have. So we are also establishing this platform to making sure not just for us to borrow, but for us to be able to get dividends at the end of it all. Like the Honourable Minister has put it, the Honourable Minister of Information, this is actually village banking that went to Harvard University. So I don't see a reason why Zambia should not be part of it. With that being said, Madam Speaker, we highlighted the challenges that we foresee, but the perfect should not defeat the good. And I see all the good in this, in this ratification. With that being said, Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the ratification of the international agreement for the establishment of the Africa Finance Corporation and its constitutive instruments, namely the Charter, the Establishment Agreement, and the Headquarters Agreement, for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Monday, 25th March 2024. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it, and the question is resolved in the affirmative. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The Citizenship of Zambia Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, second reading.
The Honourable Member for Nalolo.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the second time.
The question is that the bill be now read the second time. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Naroro.
Madam Speaker, the current Citizenship of Zambia Act number 33 of 2016 was enacted in 2016 to provide a comprehensive and structured legal framework for determining who is considered a citizen of the country. It outlines the criteria, procedures, and rights associated with citizenship, ensuring consistency and clarity in citizenship. The Act also provides the legal framework for immigrants to acquire citizenship. Madam Speaker, the decision to propose an amendment to this Act stems from the recognition that the definition of ordinary resident provided for under Section 2 of the Citizenship Act of Zambia is inconsistent with the definition provided under Section 266 of the Constitution of Zambia. This inconsistency poses challenges as subsidiary legislation must align with the Constitution of Zambia, which is the supreme law of the land. For purposes of obtaining citizenship by registration, the people themselves provided and insulated the criteria and the requirement for the applicants to have been ordinary resident under Article 37 of the Constitution of Zambia. The people also defined ordinary resident in the supreme law of the land without leaving it to subsidiary legislation. Madam Speaker, having two different definitions creates ambiguity and uncertainty, both for those tasked with enforcing the law and for individuals seeking to understand their rights and obligations in the context of citizenship. Where the determination of residence status is pivotal, this confusion has far-reaching implications. In most instances, Madam Speaker, immigrants who meet the constitutional requirement of Article 37 of the Constitution of Zambia find themselves uncertain about whether they meet the residency requirement for citizenship. To demonstrate this point, Madam Speaker, statistics from the Ministry of Home Affairs and the UNHCR shows that Zambia has about 40,000 children born from parents and refugees aged between 0 and 18 years, who are by provisions of the Constitution and Section 20 of the Refugees Act may become eligible to acquire citizenship by registration, but are uncertain of how they could do that. Another example are persons who have ceased to be refugees in Zambia, some of them who have lived in the country for over 40 years and may be eligible for naturalization and registering as citizens under Article 37 of the Constitution. These are meeting the same fate of uncertainty. On the other hand, the Immigration Department has been struggling to apply the law consistently when determining whether an immigrant who meets the requirements of Article 37 is ordinary resident in Zambia, resulting in injustices. This erodes public trust in the fairness and reliability of the citizenship process, which is essential for fostering social cohesion and stability within our nation. Madam Speaker, the primary objective of this bill is to amend the definition of ordinary resident by aligning it with the meaning ascribed in the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. Specifically, the bill seeks to incorporate the definition provided for the Constitution into Section 22 of the Act, where the term ordinary resident has been referred to. Madam Speaker, the proposed bill represents a progressive step towards addressing the confusion arising from the two conflicting definitions of ordinary resident. Once enacted, the bill will not only ensure consistency, but also promote fairness and transparency in the application of the Citizenship of Zambia Act. Our duty, Madam Speaker, is to make laws, and in making laws, we must ensure
that such laws are consistent with the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, and provides that any other law inconsistent is null and void to the extent of its inconsistency. We cannot leave that to the courts, which is another avenue that can be taken if the House may deem this not to be a good amendment. However, to remedy this inconsistency, we have this opportunity than wait for the courts to strike out the definition of ordinary resident in the Citizenship of Zambia Act in its current form, which is inconsistent with the Republican Constitution. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Any further debate? The chairperson of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance was tasked to scrutinize the Citizenship of Zambia Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, referred to it by the House on 2nd November 2023. The bill seeks to amend the Citizenship of Zambia Act number 33 of 2016 so as to deal with the definition of the term ordinarily resident and to provide for the matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. Madam Speaker, the bill under consideration brought into question the constitutionality of the definition of the term ordinarily resident used in the Citizenship of Zambia Act pursuant to Article 266 of the Constitution. The term ordinarily resident is defined as follows, and I quote, ordinarily resident means residing in a place for a prescribed period. Section 2 of the Citizenship of Zambia Act defines this term to mean a person who has been a resident in Zambia and is a holder of a residence permit issued under the Immigration and Deportation Act of 2010. Madam Speaker, some of the stakeholders who appeared before the committee submitted that the definition of the term ordinary resident as used in the Act deviated and modified the definition of the same term in the Constitution and was thus unconstitutional.
Order, Honorable Member. As the time is 12:55 hours, I suspend business and will meet at 14:30.
I used to watching Parliament television. We continue to bring Parliament closer to you. And under consideration is the Citizenship of Zambia Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023 at second reading. Under the time business was suspended on the floor of the House is Kalabo Central Constituency Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miutu. He also happens to be the chairperson of the Committee on Legal and Good Governance. Just now, a recap of the business which was considered considered on the floor of the House today from 09 hours up to the time business has been suspended. So when the House resumed, Madam First Deputy Speaker did render a ruling on a complaint by Mr. Emmanuel Banda, Member of Parliament for Muchinga constituency, against Ms. J.N. Chisenga, Member of Parliament for Mbilima constituency, for her conduct during the President's address to the House on Friday, 15th March 2024. Madam First Deputy Speaker then did order Ms. J.N. Chisenga, Member of Parliament for Mbilima constituency, to go and stand behind the bar of the House. She also instructed the Sergeant at Arms to take the Speaker's mess and to go and stand behind the member. In continuing to render her ruling, Madam Speaker stated that considering the seriousness of the offence committed by Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP, and in view of the various authorities and the President she placed reliance on, she has, in exercise of her powers under Section 28, Part 2 of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, decided to suspend Ms. J.N. Chisenga MP from the service of the National Assembly for a period of 30 days. Madam Speaker informed the member that her conduct which caused a disorder during the address by the President was unjustified and unbefitting the conduct of a member of Parliament. She did say that the President is the head of state and government, and that the member took an oath of allegiance. By so doing, she is expected to be respectful to the President. This is a house of honor, decorum, and dignity, the First Deputy Speaker added. She said she was duty-bound to ensure that the honor, decorum, and the dignity of the House is protected and preserved at all times. She reiterated that she would not tolerate gross indiscipline and misconduct from any member. Thereafter, Madam First Deputy Speaker did permit the Honorable Minister of Health to render a ministerial statement on cancer treatment services at Cancer Disease Hospital. So the Honorable Minister did say that Zambia records on average 15,296 new cancer cases per annum, according to Zambia National Cancer Registry under the Global Cancer Observatory data, GlobalCan. She said that the highest burden of cancer comes from cervical cancer, with approximately 3,640 new cases, Kaposi sarcoma 2,427, prostate cancer 1,642, breast cancer 1,101, and esophagus cancer 534 new cases. In addition, childhood cancer, despite being curable, associated with a very high mortality in Zambia. The Honorable Minister did add that the Cancer Disease Hospital in Lusaka is a fourth-level referral hospital for comprehensive cancer treatment, which was opened in 2006 but officially commissioned in July 2007. She did add that it is the only government hospital in Zambia which is specialized to offer comprehensive cancer treatment. The Honorable Minister did add that government, through the Ministry of Health, is in the process of rehabilitating and equipping the Cancer Disease Hospital with modernized infrastructure and state-of-the-art equipment that will match current cancer treatment techniques. She added that the hospital will also see its old radiotherapy equipment being replaced with a new diagnostic equipment that will enhance positive outcomes for the patient care. So the Honorable Minister did take the opportunity to inform the House that patients have not yet started being evacuated to Tanzania, as the government is awaiting complete execution of the contract signed with Tanzania. She said that government will continue to send patients abroad for radiotherapy until the radiotherapy service is restored at the Cancer Disease Hospital. The Honorable Minister also stated that government has started the construction of a specialized cancer disease hospital in Dola to service the northern security, and will soon begin construction in Livingston to serve the southern security. In order to ensure adequate human resource capacity to cater for these two new cancer disease hospital, training is being conducted in oncology specialties through the Cancer Diseases Hospital in conjunction with Teveta and Unza. The minister added that the current approved establishment of the Cancer Diseases Hospital is at 753, with only 447 of those positions funded. So in brief, that's the ministerial statement which was rendered by the Minister of Health on the floor of the House. So the Madam Speaker also did permit the Minister of Technology and Science to render a ministerial statement and also to give the status of construction and upgrading of mobile communication towers. So we'll be able to give you the details of the remaining ministerial statements when we come back after lunch. In the meantime, continue watching Parliament television as we continue to bring Parliament closer to you. Good afternoon. I am Joe Akachama.
Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you. Meet Miss Morin Mabonga, Member of Parliament from Fuwe in Eastern Province under the Patriotic Front. Miss Mabonga is the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources and the Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs, respectively. Miss Mabonga is cool, calm and collected.
Morin Mabonga was born in 1984 on 30th March. From a family of 11, and I'm the last born. We were 11 of us, 6 from one mother, one father. Yes, we had 6 boys and girls were 5 of us. But now we are 5, 6 have gone, and we are 5.
She says growing up in a huge family was an amazing experience because she got all the attention from her siblings, being the last born.
Growing up in a huge family is good, and for me, I had a very happy childhood because, like I've already stated, I grew up with my mother and my father, and being the last born, I think I received the best care. I was loved by everybody, my brothers and my sisters.
The 11th.
The 11th, yes. Yeah, so it was interesting, and we had a very happy family, and we've grown up to be very, very close to each other. And I think growing up also in a big family it presents you with so many opportunities to interact. So we have a very big family, and as you know, friends of your brothers and friends of your sisters, they also become your friends and things like that. So I had a very good childhood. I was born in by then in Pika, that is now Lavush Manda. I was born there and I grew up there. I spent my primary education in Lavush Manda at Mununga Primary School. And from there I moved to Luapula, Mebosho. That's where I did my junior secondary. After grade 10, then from grade 10 I moved to Luansha at Twashuka High School. After secondary education, I did so much. I've done so many courses in trying to see what really I want. I started with business administration. I did business administration with University of Zambia, and I also did project management. I have also done counseling. I've done quite a number of programs. I also did education at diploma level at the David Livingstone College of Education, and finally I pursued a degree in agriculture with the Information Communication University. So that's my highest level of qualification.
And which companies did you work for?
I've worked for, I was in the civil service shortly before I joined politics. I've worked for non-government organizations, CBNRM, Zambia Community-Based Natural Resource Management Forum, and I've also worked for an organization called Tuafane Christian Community Care in Kitwe. So basically, my experience has been in non-government organizations for about eight years or so, and then 3 years I worked in the civil service as a teacher. So I started with Zimba. I was posted to Zimba. My first posting was to Zimba, and then I was at Smonga Secondary School. So that is where I retired from, I can say.
Ms. Mabonga is married and has 3 children.
I'm married. I'm very married to Francis Kauma, a very good husband, handsome also. Yes, and I've got 3 kids. I've got 2 boys and a girl. So the first born is Lubuto and is 11 years old. Then the second one is Mapalo Kauma and is 9 years old. Then the last one is Malaika, and she's 2 years.
She has always wanted to be a politician from childhood. She recalls how she supported the movement for multi-party democracy MMD then, and later joined the Patriotic Front PF in 2005.
Even if I was growing up as a quiet person, I loved politics, and I loved politics from childhood. And most people that would ask me, I would tell them, because for me at that time, my only understanding was you can either be a minister or what. I didn't know about being a member of parliament. So I would tell people when they asked me to say, what are you going to be? I remember always telling people that I'm going to be a minister. I've always wanted to do politics, yes. And even as I was pursuing whatever I was pursuing, even in terms of studies, I think I was preparing for such a career. I've always wanted to do politics. I was a supporter of MMD. You wouldn't believe that. I was a supporter of MMD, and I loved President Mwanawasa. May so rest in peace. I loved him very much, and I remember then my boss would, when we got in politics, I was working for an NGO then. When we got in politics, would disagree so much about Mwanawasa, and you know, that time Mwanawasa was he faced a lot of critics, and for me, he was the main man for me that time. So I was supporting MMD, but I joined PF in 2005. 2005, I started supporting the late President Michael Chilufya. Yeah, but then because of what I was doing, I was young and the like, but I just used to follow really like what was going on in the politics, but I was not actively involved.
Ms. Mabonga describes her adoption as not easy and thanks the people of Mfue for putting up a spirited fight.
My adoption process was not easy, I'll tell you, because I was contesting on a party that was in power and a party that was very popular at that time, and I had a huge competition. But one thing I can tell you is I played my cards right. Yeah, I had a mentor, by the way. I didn't mention I had a mentor. Somebody I could consult on what I needed to do for me to even get adopted, how I needed to come in the political scene. Another thing that I didn't mention to you is that I never wanted to be before the adoption. I never wanted to be in the limelight. for that specific reason, because people will be like, who's this person and where is this person coming from? So what I did for me, I would just say that I played my cards right. I worked so much on the ground. I was popular on the ground. So I worked with the local people, especially the women. I had huge support from the women of Mfuwe, Lavush Manda district. Even now, I still have their support. So I became so popular on the ground, such that I didn't need to be connected to anybody, but the name was coming out from the ground.
Being a female politician does not intimidate her. She recalls how she was provoked during the run-up to the 2021 general elections, a situation that did not deter her from forging ahead.
My experience has been interesting. About being intimidated, I think I don't feel intimidated. The reason being that I just don't think there's any reason for me to feel intimidated by anybody. But I know being in a political arena is not easy for a woman. And that's why I mentioned to you that I played my cards right. Because there are certain things that you don't do, like when you're in politics as a woman, that will create that environment that will be uncomfortable for you. One of the things that I've learned is you don't have to go into unnecessary fights, or you choose unnecessary battles. For example, I know that even when I was contesting, I stood with 7 men. So at parliamentary level at the time, the time of voting in our campaigns. So, and as you know, they would pick on me. They would try to provoke me. But what I did was I just remained silent. I never used to respond to whatever they were saying. So they went on about, no, this woman, that. For me, I chose not to respond. Even at this point, people are still poking me. So I chose not to respond. I'll just keep quiet.
She owes her achievement to her husband, who she describes as a #1 supporter. Her siblings too are supportive.
Yes, first of all, my husband has been my greatest support. Even now, is still taking care of most of what I'm supposed to be doing when I'm away, because this job also takes most of my time. He's been there to take care of the kids when I'm not there, and just to fill in that gap of just being home and taking care of me. Apart from that, he supported me financially. As you know, politics require a bit of financial muscle and support. He's always been there. Whenever I got short of maybe funds or what, he would be there to source for money on my behalf. And coming to my sisters and my brothers, they've been very supportive. And I have a sister, my immediate elder sister. She's been very supportive. And the other elder sister was a bit far in Chingola, but all of them have been very supportive. And my brothers, they all came to even support me during campaign, except for one who was a civil servant. She couldn't come, but she would from time to time support me, especially financially. So I've got a huge support from my family.
Miss Mabonga always keeps herself busy when she's not doing parliamentary work.
I read a lot. And I love to watch movies. Even just reading about current affairs, like what is happening, I'm usually very much updated with what is on the ground, like what is happening. But I'm into that, and I also love business. I love coming up with business ideas. So usually I'm always coming up with something to do, something that I can do. So apart from that, I also love to venture into business, especially new ones. And I would want to study, maybe to do something else, maybe something that has not been done much. So that is just my other area, though I may not have enough time at the moment to venture into other things other than what I'm doing right now.
You don't cook? You don't do gardening?
I love gardening. I love farming. That's another thing. I love farming, and that's why even in my constituency, people were able to relate with me, because I do farming there. I love farming, and even at home, I've always had a very huge garden. I wish I can show you, but this time around, now that I'm not there most of the times, I think it has gone down, but I used to have a very big garden. I love to grow vegetables and even just keep things like animals, livestock.
She has a word of advice to women who want to join politics.
This career is mostly dominated by men. And the reasons are that one thing that I've discovered is that people think that it's scary, and also there's some violence, and as you know, women, there's a lot of violence, and the issue of being called names as a woman in politics. Not everything is easy in politics, but we have to work extra hard for women, unfortunately, for you to be accepted. Sometimes you have to put in even 3 times more than a man, because we live in a culture where people think that women cannot do much, especially in terms of leadership. A man would be easily accepted to be a leader than a woman. But for me, luckily, I've seen that this notion is changing. So even in Zambia, and I would want women to take advantage of that, take advantage of the space. And for me, the other thing that I forgot to mention, another person that really encouraged me to join politics is the former Republican President, Dr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, because I saw that he loved to encourage women, he empowered women, and by giving them different positions in government. And I think prior to the elections, starting from 2019, going that side, he would encourage more women to join politics. And that gave me space, because I could see that there was an opportunity for women. So what am I trying to say to a woman out there? You need to join politics. And for us, women were very few in parliament even now. So the voice is not that strong. We need more women to join at whatever levels, even at lower level structures. We need more women to come in politics.
Ms. Morin Mabonga believes women can achieve much more by working extra hard.
Well, Twambo is 38 years old. I'm a married man. I'm the Member of Parliament for Itestezi. I'm a first timer. By profession, I'm a teacher and a development worker. I've also worked for various international organizations, and I'm a youth and women's rights activist. I was born in Lusaka, but I started my grade 1 in Kalomo at Green Acres Basic School. Then from Kalomo Green Acres Basic School, I moved to Kalomo Secondary School, where I completed my grade 12 and went to Nkrumah University, where I did a course in teaching, that's a diploma in teaching. Then from there I moved to the University of Zambia, where I did a bachelor's degree in adult education. And lastly, I went for my master's degree, that is in development studies at University of Lusaka. I love socializing, and I'm also a sports person. I love playing volleyball, I love watching soccer, and I'm just a social human being who likes interacting with people out there. So during my free time, I'm comfortable meeting with friends, talking to friends, and creating that kind of interaction, because I know networks are created through such kind of interactions. From my childhood, I've been a political human being. When I was at Nkrumah, I was part of unionism. When I was at University of Zambia, I was a campaign manager for one of the union presidents. And throughout my life, I've always believed that I can always serve people. And I think in my previous experiences, people are able to identify my potential. But the most important thing, perhaps, that prompted me to go for political office and abandon the NGO work that I was doing. When I left teaching, I joined the NGO world. And the NGO world, I think it taught me how to step out of the classroom and be able to work for the people in a community setup. And I felt that politics was the space where I was going to represent the people in masses, where I was going to speak for the people who are voiceless, where I was going to help to fight inequality, because I'm a strong believer of equality. So I felt that political space was the space where I was going to be, because I know that there are a lot of people out there who can speak for themselves, but they need a voice that is going to do that. And when I looked at the political space, it is the place where I grew up, the place whose geography I understand, whose challenges I understand, whose people I understand. I thought I could have been the right person to represent the people of Itestes. To be honest, in the previous years, the type of leadership that we used to have, I have to be honest, was not satisfying to me. And I thought I was going to be a solution in bringing about quality leadership, a leadership that would be representative in nature, a leadership that would be fearless, and a leadership that understands the challenges of the people. So I thought I was equal to the task. Being a member of parliament, I've got very specific and defined functions. And these are the functions that perhaps the people out there might not be able to understand. That mine is legislative, I'm a lawmaker. And mine is representative. I need to represent the views of the people. Now, having a deep understanding on what the people of Itestes face, what challenges they face, I've got very specific aspirations and dreams that I strongly feel 5 years down the line, God willing, I should be able to actualize these things, and the people of Itestes should see that much desired change. I want to mention that I'm a product of women support, and I'm also a product of the support from the youths. So these two groupings, they are very key in terms of ensuring that their aspirations are met. Now, Itestes is a rural district, is a rural constituency, a lot of challenges. First of all, one of the things I want to bring is to increase the participation of civil society organizations, community-based organizations, and also international organizations to come on board. Over 70,000 deserves. I want to see that we've got a first-class hospital that will have all the essentials, a theater, a laboratory, eye clinic, and anything, everything that a rural district deserves. I want to ensure to have a hospital and a lot of other rural health facilities. I'll give an example of Mbira, Makunku, and Mbira Makunku. These rural health centers, as I speak now, they are cut off from the mainland. These are some of the rural health centers that I want to see that they are upgraded, and also we have a district hospital, because I understand that health is key. Apart from the health sector, I'm also looking at the road sector. We have had a bad share in the national cake, because from the time in Kaunda era, that's the last time that the people of Itestes had a road. We are working around the clock to ensure that I lobby that the people of Itestes have a road, which is D769, the one coming from Mumba, coming down to Itestes, because Itestes is a hive of activity. There is tourism there, there is agriculture, there are issues to do with a bit of mining. There is a crop agriculture is very prominent in Itestes. It's a food basket. Now, all these people, they are compounded by the challenges of lot. In Itestes, we generate power. There is a power generation, ITPC, Itestes Power Corporation. We generate about we generate a reasonable amount of power to the national grid. Now, look at the kind of a road that we have in such a place where there's a lot of potential. As I speak, the tourists, they shun Itestes. A lot of investors, they shun it. Even NGOs are now shunning it because of the quality of the road. And a lot of young entrepreneurs who are in transport business, a lot of bus owners, they are not free to do the business because of the quality of the road. So for me, I feel that the moment we open up this road, D769, it will open up a lot of economic opportunities, a lot of social opportunities, and it will make business easier, and it will also make it more attractive to the people out there. The other area that is very passionate to me is the area of education. I'm a teacher, I'm an educationist. I strongly feel we need to have quality education system in the district. Currently, we only have one boarding school, which was not even complete. Some of the facilities like the water treatment and the other facilities were not complete by the people that were doing the road. It was funded by government. Now, when you look out there, we've got a larger, younger population. The demand for school is very high. And I'm working around the clock to see to it that with our other stakeholders, we also upgrade the other new secondary schools which are in the outskirts, so that those new secondary schools can also be able to provide boarding facilities, and those learners they benefit from CDF. And we also fight some of the vices like teenage pregnancies that as a result of young people coming from their villages, renting in communities, and people they take advantage of some of the challenges they face. The last one amongst the key priorities is issues around the young people and the women. We don't have a youth skills center in HSS, and you know that CDF has come. Young people should participate in the value chain of the CDF. They can only participate if they've got skills. We don't have companies, we don't have industries in HSS apart from the fishing, which is competitive, which is political in nature, with a lot of stringent laws. So what can unlock the potential of HSS is having a youth skills center, human capital. I want the young people of HSS to go for bricklaying, to go for carpentry, and I don't want them to go and do it in Kaoma, in Kab. We don't want to export our money. We need, within the 2 years, within a space of 1 year, build our own youth skills center, be able to put equipment. The young people from within the communities access it, they develop their skills, they own companies, they start to generate their own income. The district also starts money trickling in the district. People from the villages come in town, people build houses, other people rent there. Unfortunately, the current situation, a lot of young people might not access the youth skills center because they will not go to Kaoma. Those between the age of 24 to 35 who are supposed to benefit, they might not manage to leave their wives, they might not manage to leave their husbands. It's a social issue. So our desire is that we build our own youth skills center that is going to unlock the potential of HSS, because the only industry which is there is fishing, and fishing has become competitive. The local people are not accessing the fish. The pricing for fishing is very high. Women are now being taken advantage of in the process of being part of the value chain for fish purchase. The industry is not giving the benefits to the people. So we need to look outside the box and ensure that we now go the youth way by capacity building the youths, capacity building the women, so that they can also participate in the space of the economy of HSS. Maybe the last one I would want to comment, Naza, is the issue around the tourism potential of HSS. The tourism potential of HSS has never been tapped for a long time. All of you know that HSS is a tourist town, but you have very little understanding. I will tell you that we've got the best animals around there. Just a stone throw from the township of HSS, you are in the game park, you see lions, you see impalas. Just a walk to the lake, you see crocodiles. Everything is there. In HSS, there are about 20 lodges along the lake. These lodges, they are very few. People have got very few information about what they can offer. These are beautiful, high-class lodges that can bring a lot of money to contribute to the GDP of this country, that can employ a lot of young people, that can make HSS's economy unlock. But very few is said about them. The tourists who go to Resumption, they are supposed to create a connection. HSS Resumption package, so that those who come from Resumption, they end up in HSS. Those who come to say they go to Resumption, they are doing the Mwezi Road. But all this is not known. So mine is to sell the district. Mine is to engage investors. As I speak now, I'm talking to all the lodge owners. We find means of coming up with local tourism initiatives. I'm also trying to understand what challenges they are facing, so that we work with the Ministry of Tourism, so that we see how their business can thrive and be able to move forward.
My name is Jeff Murebwa, or to complete the first name is Jeffrey Murebwa, and I was born at Kalulu village in Chief Chiwala. I'm just turning 60 on the 20th of this month, 20th November. I went to Chiwala Primary School. That's where I started my grade 1. And I went up to grade 7. In my first year of attempting my grade 7 exams, I couldn't make it. So I went to repeat the year at Lupia Primary School. That's where I qualified from, and went to Chikola Secondary School in Chingola. That's where I did all my secondary education. That is from Form 1 to Form 5. Those days we used to call them forms, not as you call them these days, the grades. So after school, basically, I had my first job at Apollo Enterprises as a purchasing clerk. Thereafter, I did a course with a college in the United Kingdom, diploma in sales and marketing management. So that was my main job for some years. And then I also now, after serving as group and sales marketing manager in Ndola, I went into pastoral work, where I've been for so many years. But may I also state that along the way, I did train as a as a professional counselor, and I'm also a lawyer. I qualified as a lawyer in the United Kingdom, and I was married to my wife for 28 years, and unfortunately I lost her to cardiac arrest on the 17th of July 2016. I am not married yet, or I haven't remarried, because it's been very difficult to find Miss Right. My constituency happens to be Kafulafuta. Now, as I said, I was born and bred in Kafulafuta, and as I was growing up, really, Kafulafuta didn't look like it was anything that one would bother about in the years to come. We grew up in the village, doing what every other child would do in a village setup, where I would go kill some birds with catapults, then go to steal some sweet potatoes and do some uvuni, as we used to call it. So basically, I grew up not knowing that Kafulafuta was actually a very wealthy place, until in the recent years, when companies have come to invest in Kafulafuta. May I be quick to mention that one of the thriving companies in cement manufacturing, which is Dangote Industries, is actually in Kafulafuta. Then we have Handman Lime, which is one of the top lime manufacturers as well. It is in Kafulafuta. We have Nelkant group of companies. In the sense that they have the lime manufacturing side, they have the cable manufacturing side, and they also have the metal manufacturing side. Then we have another company called Shenzhou, and part of Zambezi, Portland, is actually in Kafulafuta. So Kafulafuta basically is supposed to be a very, very rich place. So over the years, I noticed that despite having all these companies set up, and despite the wealth in the constituents, the people of Kafulafuta did not benefit in any way. To start with, the employment opportunities were supposed to be given to the people of Kaflafuta, and unfortunately, very few of them have been employed by these companies. When I mean by all the companies that I've mentioned, a good number of employees tend to come from town. And I know someone might say, well, maybe they are not qualified, but a good number of these people that are coming from town are doing general work, which the people of Kaflafuta can do. So I would say that because of some injustices, the people of Kaflafuta have not benefited from what is rightfully theirs. And this is something that I feel I need to have addressed at whatever cost. This must be addressed, and the people of Kaflafuta must benefit from what is rightfully theirs. I know that this might not be the right forum. No, actually it is. Yeah, it is the right forum. When it comes to the CDF, this is why I've taken a very, very firm stand that all the projects in Kaflafuta must be done by the people from Kaflafuta, except where we don't have the expertise, where we don't have people with the skills to undertake a certain project. Then we are definitely going to open up to people from outside Kaflafuta. So yeah, Kaflafuta basically at the moment economically has not benefited the local people, and this is where my passion is. I wish we had time to talk about why I came into politics. I came into politics because I noticed that despite the wealthy of the area, our people were not, benefiting from the wealth that we have. Right now, I wish to state that one of the major problems we've had in the area is the problem of road infrastructure. Kaflafuta has not been attended to for many, many years, for some decades now. And my agenda really, the first thing that I'm looking at is opening up Kaflafuta, that is the road infrastructure. So I've got an agenda which we are working at right now. Is we are going to ensure that all the feeder roads are worked out and so on. I've been in contact with ministers responsible for helping us, Honorable Garin Kombo, him being the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, and he's promised to help us where he can. I'm very much aware, I'm alive to the fact that the government does not have sufficient money to refurbish all the roads, but I've asked that we have the critical areas attended to. I've also talked to Honorable Charles Melupi, who has also been very, very magnanimous, and they've all promised that they're going to help us attend to the critical areas of our road networks. But as far as the feeder roads are concerned, this is something that I have already got the plan, I've strategized, and that is what is going to help us to put up some structures in schools, staff accommodation for teachers, putting up a health posts, because as it is now, it's a fallacy to think that we can have proper schools, because even if you want to build, there are no roads for vehicles to ferry building materials. That's how bad the situation is. So we are working towards that, and I really want the people of Kaflafuta to have their faith in me. There is nothing that I promised in the campaign that is not going to be done. we know we have water problems. There are actually 4 areas that I'm looking at. We addressing the water problem, and very soon we had some boreholes approved. About 9 boreholes have been approved, and we are moving in that direction to ensure that certain areas are helped with water. And because of the desire I have to serve, I want the people of Kaflafuta to have faith in me. I want to ensure that all the projects that we have from the CDF benefit the people of Kaflafuta, which means all the contracts in Kaflafuta are going to be handled by the people of Kaflafuta, except where we don't have the expertise. I am aware that we don't have sufficient schools. There are places I went to where my heart was really broken. I went to Chikoka, where I found pupils sitting on logs under the tree, and actually that is also in an area called Iyande. We are looking into these areas very, very seriously. So I want people to be patient. If I had been in office for 3-4 years and you see nothing happening, then I would graciously take the criticisms that people are bringing about. But as things stand, I would like people to cool their tempers and to be patient with me. And I know that the aspect of roads is something that has been talked about by many people from Kaflafuta. But my response really is, even if the people of Kaflafuta went into town, and I know they go in town, the roads are bad. It's not Mureba who is an MP there. It's just a signal. They should learn from there that this is a national problem. It is not a Kaflafuta problem. It is a national problem which they need to give us time to work and have it fixed. So having said all that, more blessings to my Zambian fellows, and more blessings to the people of Kaflafuta.
We have seen a propensity.
The debates, the questioning, the making of laws, the confrontation, the live parliamentary proceedings are aired on Parliament TV every Tuesday to Thursday at 14:30 hours and Fridays at 09 hours. Make a date. Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Lloyd Chu. I am the current Member of Parliament for Chifuru constituency. I was elected in the last election in 2021, and I came in as the new Member of Parliament for Chifuru constituency, which is on the Copper Belt in Ndola district. I started my school way back on the Copper Belt. Later on, I was transferred to a boarding school in Northwestern Province, where I did my secondary school, junior secondary school at Kasempa Boys Secondary School. Then from there, I was selected to go and do my senior secondary school at secondary school at Solwezi Technical Secondary School. Upon completion of my secondary education, I came to Ndola back to join my family. Then I started my tertiary studies at Northern Technical College, where I did my certificate in accounts and business studies. Later on, I did my diploma in accountancy. From there, I started pursuing SCCA. I did my SCCA up to the final stage. Then later on, I abandoned it to pursue a bachelor's in accountants and finance with Copperstone University, which I completed. And from there, I started working for Zamtel College. I worked at Zamtel College as a lecturer up to about 2016. That's when I started, that's when I thought I wanted to do a political career. Then I joined politics and contested the elections in 2016 under the UPND ticket. Then I could not pull through. However, I did not give up. I recontested in 2021 and won the seat for Chifubu, and I am the current member of parliament for Chifubu. Chifubu constituency is one of the 4 constituencies that are in Ndola district, namely Chifubu constituency, Bwanamkubwa, Kabushi, and Ndola Central. So Chifubu constituency is located on the northern part of Ndola. We border with the DRC and share boundaries with Kaflafuta, Ndola Central, and on the other side with Kampiza. So this is the most influential constituencies on the Copper Belt. It is a constituency that has produced the vice president later who became president of this country in the name of Lady Patrick Mwanawasa. Started as a member of parliament for Chifubu, then he was appointed again as the vice president, and later on he became the Republican president of this country. So this constituency is a very, very influential constituency that should not be underrated. Who knows, anytime soon in future, it could just be a producer of another president. So Chifubu constituency is the engine of politics. The increment of CDF from 1.6 million to the current 28.3 million has brought change, particularly in my constituency. From 2022, when we received this money, we have performed tremendously, and as I stand here, I am a proud member of parliament who wants to brag that we are the best performing constituency in the country in terms of CDF utilization. We have used the CDF to the maximum extents and levels that development is unprecedented in Chifubu constituency. We have done, just in one calendar year CDF, we have performed, we have established and built a number of projects. Number one, we have done 3 clinics with maternity wing just in CDF for 2022. Tuatasha Clinic and maternity wing, as I am talking now, the project is at 98%. They are just painting and cleaning in readiness for handover to the community. We have also done Kanyanje Clinic and maternity wing. We are also doing Mutambala Clinic and maternity wing. Apart from these health facilities that we have put up, there are also other projects. Maybe before I mention other projects, I want to confirm that Chifubu constituency has been a constituency that has been saved by 3 health facilities in history since 1964. We have been serviced by 3 health facilities, namely Chipokota-Mayamba, Pamozi Satyasai Clinic and Kawama Clinic from 1964 to date. So as a member of parliament, when I was elected, I realized that it was significant for me to come in strongly to amplify on the number of health facilities for our people, since the population has grown from the time we got independence. And surely we have added 3 more clinics in Chifugu constituency. Apart from the 3 clinics and maternity wings that have been built, I'm happy also to report and announce that Chifugu constituency is currently hosting a new district hospital in Indola in the name of Chifugu District Hospital, which is currently under construction. We started the construction of this hospital last year in March. As I am talking now, it is at 90%. Maybe in the next 1 or 2 months, it should be ready for handover once again to the community. This project also adds value to the number of health facilities that have been lacking in our constituency for the past 50+ years in history. And today I'm a proud member of parliament. As I stand here, I will remain as an icon of this constituency politically by leaving unprecedented number of health facilities to improve on the health of our people in the constituency, putting up 3 clinics and a district hospital, to which I'm saying in CDF 2023 and 2024 we intend to add 2 more clinics, one in Mitengo, another one at Chimbotela in Pamozi, and also upgrade the Satyasai clinic to the main hospital with time. So these have brought a lot of joy and delight to our people in the constituency. Apart from these, we have also rebuilt the Chifugu local court that was gutted by fire 5 years ago. And this has been a cry of so many residents in Chifugu constituency that the court had been operating without the ablution block. We have rebuilt the administrative block that was gutted by fire in Chifugu constituency, and we have also added another courtroom, to which we are saying we will be the first among the remaining 3 constituencies to host a new magistrate court in Chifugu constituency, and it is at about 80% completion, and soon or later it will be completed and it will be handed over to the community. Following the directive by His Excellency the President, Mr. Kainde Ichilema, of course, to buy desks for school